Good morning, everybody. Good morning. This is Stormy B Man, and I'd like to welcome you all to another edition of the Three Wise Men of Boxing. Uh, for this Saturday, May 11th, 2019, I got my panel with me, uh, Kurt Sugar and Scrapbook Boxing. I want to say good morning, brothers. How you doing today? How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, man? Stormy B, man, my brother, Scrapbook Boxing. What's going on, my brother from another mother? You know, it's a beautiful day this Saturday afternoon. What's going on, everybody?
I'm good, my brother Curtis. How you feel, brother?
Good.
Stormy B, how you doing, my brother?
I'm all good, man. How are you?
I'm well, thanks for asking. Salute to the chat, and I hope you guys enjoy the show today.
All right. Want to start off by greeting everyone out there. I see we got some people already in the chat waiting on us. I want to say good morning as everybody's coming on in this morning to get a little taste of the Three Wise Men of Boxing. We're gonna talk some good boxing for you guys today. Today we're gonna highlight the subject of knockouts in boxing. Okay. Present, past. We're going to talk about not the knockouts that have moved you, moved the sport, shook people up, excited people. That's what the subject is for today, knockouts. And we would like to encourage the chat to also drop those little tidbits on knockouts that you all have, seen over your duration of watching the sport of boxing, and what was kind of burned into your memories about a particular fight that ended a particular way by knockout. So as everybody comes on in, want to say welcome, and feel free to post a little bit of what you've seen as far as knockouts. And as we go on with the show, I like to say that we have included in the description, we have a PayPal me way of donations, receiving donations. So also, if you are a subscriber of the Stormy B Man channel, or even the Three Wise Men of Boxing show, uh, don't hesitate to show some support and love for the brothers on the show, because we're just trying to bring you positive content. We're working on things to make the show better and better and better. And we appreciate any love and support. I'll also, from time to time, drop the links in the chat so that people can see it right away. So, fellas, as we come to this weekend, we've got another pretty good weekend of boxing, for tonight. But as we move into our subject for the day, what is it about the knockout in boxing that gives you that fire? What is it about the knock? I know it's like a man pasting another guy, but just kind of elaborate a little bit for us. Scrap, why don't you take it first?
Yeah, absolutely. The knockout for me identifies commitment. And commitment to me is a mark of a human being. When you say you're going to do something, you have to put everything behind it, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of how you feel, regardless of the situation on hand. And a knockout basically solidifies that. It's what they call the coup de grace.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The knockout, it's the most compelling thing of all the sports. Nothing like, football doesn't have it. Basketball, baseball, hockey, soccer. It could come out of nowhere. There's different types of knockouts. You can build blocks for knockouts where you can see a guy wearing down round after round, or it can just come out of nowhere, a la Mike Weaver and John Tate. So the knockout in sports, the terminology KO, it's ironic that every sports use that terminology as a terminology of life. I'm gonna knock you out, and your mother used to tell you that, and your father, and your peers, your brother. So that term KO, knockout is very powerful, because even though boxing is beautiful and I love the technical aspect of the sport, but the knockout is brutal and it's exciting and it gets people blood boiling. So I love the knockout as well as a technical fighter.
Yes, sir. For me, what the knockout seems to impress upon me is the knockout is a stamp by one fighter who ends everything at that moment. It's like when you take the needle off the record, when you slam the door in somebody's face, when you hang up the phone on somebody and you say, I'm ending this call. You know, that's what the knockout means for me. And a lot of times it can come so unexpectedly. Like, let's use the metaphor. I told you I'm the king of the metaphors, right? You having a phone conversation with someone, and it's kind of going back and forth, and someone gets irritated or whatever. Sometimes that hang up comes, right? Man, I'm done. They don't even say, man, I'm gonna hang up on you. You don't say that. You just hang up. You know what I mean? And it's like a bill collector. It could be your girlfriend, your husband, wife, whatever. You get mad, you cut it, right? So in a fight where two guys have been dealing and whatnot and getting in that groove and everything, then somebody say, you know what? Boom. and, and that's what happens. It's over. And it's so exciting when it's unexpected. That there's a lot of drama behind that, and there's excitement behind that, because people didn't see that coming, and it's like, wow. And we're not talking about TKO stoppages, right? We're talking about when somebody got absolutely separated from their senses and it is done. It's like, wow, that kind of a thing. And that's always been so exciting for me, and I'm sure for a lot of other people as well. But that's kind of like my take on it.
Yeah, real quickly, I just want to say, Stormy B, if you don't mind, a great example of what you're saying, and I think what we all mean, it's just one quick fight I want to throw out there, is when Ike Williams knocked out Bo Jack. And a reason behind his knockout, because he had no intention on knocking him out. It was a fight. Both guys were getting in it. But it was because that Bo Jack knocked out Ike Williams' front tooth. And that raised his adrenaline. It just changed the entire script. And from that point on, Ike Williams went for the knockout. Same thing with Jack Johnson and Stanley Ketchel. So there are different reasons, different emotions behind a knockout. But knockouts, I'll tell you, it ends it all. It shuts everything down. It answers all questions. There's no negotiation or no debate about it. It's over.
Yes, sir. I want to take a moment to start to acknowledge our listeners who are coming in. I want to say good morning and greetings to, we got Hustler Slim, Cypher Supreme TV, Gigi, Legendary Top Cats, Jay Dixon, Bobby Jean, Scrapbook is here as well on the panel. I see you in the chat too. They're interacting. Lost D, what's happening? Lost D the Pimpin', Sheldon Holmes, um, Derek Bailey, JMJ 2121, the Odd Fella, what's good? He says, greetings from the North Side. Um, just so happy that you guys are joining us this morning. Gil Coles, what's happening? We're talking knockouts today. And as we talk about the knockouts, we're trying to get everyone out there that's listening to us. Let us know your viewpoints and the fights that made you stirred about how they ended by knockout. Hustler Slim offers that the knockout takes away the argument and doubt of who's the winner. Absolutely, absolutely. Um, there's no denying that, man. I mean, when you see a match that is being contested hotly, and there could have been a guy who was ahead on the scorecards. It could have been a guy who was pretty much giving it, you know, you had him clear cut as the winner, and then out of nowhere, boom, you know, it switches and it changes, and now the other guy's the victor, and it's like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. You know, one of the fights that really brought that to me was uh Derek Jefferson and Maurice Harris. Man, that fight right there, those two heavyweights, man. I think it was a Boxing After Dark show on HBO from a few years back. Those two guys was like banging, and they were at the same level. It wasn't like they were world champions because they weren't, but they were perennial contenders. And these two men were mixing it up. You know, they were touted as sparring partners for some other fighters and things like that. But these two men got on there one night and mixed it up. And what a fight! Did you two gentlemen see that fight? Maurice Harris
Absolutely.
and Derek Jefferson?
Yes, I know Maurice Harris personally. I see him on the regular. You know, he's a native of Newark. You know, I ran into him at the sneaker store, and I almost brung up that fight, but I had to I had to change it when he knocked out Jimmy Thunder on Tuesday night fights. You know, but I wanted I wanted to tell him, you know, hey, you know, you put up a good fight, but you got caught, man. You know, I mean, people get knocked out. That fight right there was a tremendous fight. Derek Jefferson was a flash in the pan. He had some momentum. You know, Larry Merchant really liked Derek Jefferson. You know, he came to fight. He ran out of gas, but he had heavy hands, and it was a war of attrition. And Derek Jefferson just caught him flush. Maurice Harris ran into the punch, you know, and separated him from his senses, and his mouthpiece seemed like it flew to Nebraska, and his eyes was, you know, like zombie like, man. It was a vicious knockout, man. That's one of the fights that like people don't talk about. Derek Jefferson and Maurice Harris, man. It was a knockout of the year candidate.
Yeah, Stormy B. One of the things that you always mention on the show that is completely textbook. The best way to catch a man is when he's throwing a punch. One of the rules that you have to follow, and a lot of people, they just disobey the rules. You don't hook with a hooker. And that was the perfect hook. That was a beautiful hook. It was so beautiful. Larry Merchant said that he loved Jefferson. It was an outstanding punch. I watched it several times from different angles, and you couldn't get a better punch than that. Beautiful, beautiful shot.
Yeah, man, that fight right there. I remember I was watching that fight live, man, and all I could think was like, "Holy crap!" And it was like the punch came. It was like one of those home run, you know, slugs at the bat, you know, bam, and Harris's mouthpiece went flying somewhere. I think I even included that in one of my video intros because it was so exciting. You know, it was just like one of those, you know, bam, out of nowhere. And Harris was gone, man. His eyes were like glazed. He was out. You could have counted to 200. He wasn't getting up, man. It was just that kind of ended. And Derek Jefferson was so doggone tired. I remember him stumbling across the ring and falling. It was like he was dying. You know, when you try to dive into the lake, you going swimming, but you kind of trip and stumble and fall into the water instead of diving into the water. That's how Derek Jefferson. He was so tired. He took over. It looked like he dove to a spot in the corner to take a rest. It was hilarious, but what a great fight, man. I would recommend anybody pull that fight up on YouTube or Vimo, wherever is out there. It's like Derek Jefferson and Maurice Harris. What a good fight. But that's what it's all about. That's what boxing is all about, man. I love it.
Absolutely, man. You know, our theme is knockouts, and we started with Jefferson and Harris. You know, and I want the chat to bring us some of their favorite knockouts. I'm gonna bring up another knockout. You can look at it on YouTube. It was in the welterweight division. You know, I believe in '95, maybe it was James Page versus Andre Pestriev. Once again, that's James Page versus Andre Pestriev. Page had a sweeping left hook from hell, man, and he caught Pestriev right on the jaw. And the way he felt, it seemed like somebody pushed him off the Empire State Building, man. It was weird how his body just, just went limp and he just fell face first and the fight was over. So that was a brutal knockout, man, because a knockout like that will bring you off your seat. Do you guys scrapbook and Stormy B? Do you remember the James Page versus Andre Pestriev knockout?
I can say yes. That was an unbelievable knockout
Oh
because
man, that's one I
you didn't.
forgot.
Yeah, you didn't know what was going to happen. It didn't. Nothing was set up. It didn't seem like that was going to happen, and all of a sudden, boom! Lights went out. It was amazing. That's a beautiful example of a great knockout.
Yeah, exciting too. Again, that's one of those where you sitting there eating your popcorn or something. Why you like, oh, it's just that kind of
Absolutely.
reaction.
Absolutely. And another knockout I want to bring up, there's so many, was Vincent Petway and Simon Brown. Whew,
Oh man,
unbelievable. I'm telling you, man, it's nothing like the knockout. Vincent Petway, I believe from Texas, had heavy hands, and his back was against the ropes, man, and he hit Simon Brown with a hook. And remember what Simon Brown did? Remember that scrap?
Absolutely, shadow boxing in the ring, man. Beautiful display of shadow boxing while you're taking a nap. Beautiful.
that was a perfect example of a person being separated from their senses because his body was on the floor, but his mind was still fighting. He was throwing punches, but he was asleep. He was out. He was unconscious. Simon Brown was laying on the floor, and his left hand was still like jabbing. He was like, the way he was when he was walking his way in, when he got caught and he got hit, he went down, his head hit the canvas, and he was still throwing a jab while he was laying there on the canvas. It was amazing, man.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you, there was a fight with Eddie Charles and a fighter by the name of Sam Baruti. R.I.P. to him. But when Eddie Charles hit him with a straight right hand, Sam Baruti, his neck landed on the second strand, and he was counting himself out. His right hand was banging the same time the referee's hand was banging. He was counting himself out. It's amazing the reactions, which is another thing about knockouts, how a fighter reacts when he's knocked out. I've seen so many different reactions. It's unbelievable, especially with Joe Louis fights. It's incredible.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Stormy.
I'm sorry, Kurt. I just wanted to jump this one in there because of what Scrap just said. How about when Marlon Starling was knocked out? You know,
Oh
and
man,
and in the post-fight interview, he was asked, what about, when he had taken the shot and he went out and he was like, what shot? He was like, he said, I wasn't knocked out. I wasn't even knocked down. I wasn't knocked out. He didn't even know he was knocked out. It was like he was in total denial, but it wasn't denial. He just didn't remember. It was like he was separated from his senses. And that's the easiest way to say it because there is a disconnect. There's like your brain and your body were separated, man.
I,
It's like
I,
if you ever watched that Marvel film Doctor Strange when when the ancient one, when she knocked him out of his body, his astral self, and he was looking at his body fall, but he was like, what the hell? And he could see that's like boxing. That's exactly what it is, really.
absolutely, man. I mean, it's been so many knockouts. I mean, another one was Floyd Patterson knocking out Ingemar Johansson in the second fight where you could see his legs quiver. Those are nerves. It was scary because that was that kangaroo left hook that Floyd Patterson had. And man, it landed right on the sweet spot, which we call the chin, the button, and his legs started quivering. How about that knockout?
Yes, sir.
yeah.
You're breaking up, Scrap.
Scrap, you're breaking up, brother. You're in a bad spot. Your signal. You breaking up.
Nope. Uh, go to another spot, Scrap. I'm gonna take over. But there's been so many brutal knockouts. I remember the knockout with Jersey Joe Walcott and Ezra Charles. Oh my God, he walked Ezra Charles into that. It was a half hook, half uppercut, the 45. Remember that knockout, Stormy B?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Woo,
Like
that
it
was
was yesterday.
yeah, that was brutal. And man, I thought he killed Ezra Charles, man, the way he caught him. Jersey Joe Walcott was a tricky fighter. He was the quintessential puncher boxer. He was
That's
a
that's
stylist.
Kirk. That's the punch that Razor Ruddock found out that he could throw with not only great leverage but get great power. And he became obsessed with trying to land that shot on people, because the way he threw that shot, he could get so much power and leverage off of it because it is a certain kind of torque and everything. But Jersey Joe, when he caught Ezra Childs with that punch, my goodness, it was so pretty because of how he was moving and the
Right.
way he threw it. But that's the exact same punch that, Razor Ruddock perfected, and became his money punch. Um, and then later on, Jersey Joe got anesthetized by Rocky Marciano. You remember when he was backing toward the ropes and he was planning to bait Rocky in for a right hand, but Rocky caught him with his first because Rocky recognized the distance and Jersey Joe didn't. And Rocky knew when he threw that right hand because Jersey Joe was against the ropes or the ropes were just about to touch his back. And it was a timing thing. They were both planning to hit each other with a right hand, but Rocky threw the quicker and shorter punch. And he knocked Jersey Joe's lights out completely.
Absolutely. A knockout punch has to be executed with perfect precision. And Rocky, some things about him was underrated. He fought in the crouch. He generated a lot of power. He used his height to his advantage. He was a short heavyweight, but very determined. And he timed Walcott just right, man. That was a brutal knockout, to say the least. Marciano and Walcott. Another knockout, we just talked about Razor Ruddock, but this was brutal. It was Razor Ruddock versus Michael Dokes. And Stormy B Man just talked about Razor Ruddock using the 45, half hook, half uppercut. It came out a weird angle. And he caught Dokes against the ropes and he hit him with it at least 3 times. And Michael Dokes fell like a 2x4. Remember that one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm
And
back, brothers.
Scrap,
Can y'all hear
you
me?
back with us. What you got to say, man?
Yeah, that Michael Dokes fight. I was at that fight. I was in the second row. And I got to tell you, it was a frightening, frightening moment because I didn't even know Michael Dokes got back up till I got home. And I heard it on the news what happened. He was up for 7.5 minutes. And Razor Ruddock is basically, see what happens when you get knocked out like that. There's a muscle called the Doramius muscle. It's hidden behind the mandibular. And once you hit a man on that spot, today, and he was able to tell you he would never remember that fight. That's the type of knockout that was. And it was just an unbelievable knockout. Brutal. Brutal. He called that punch the smash. Unbelievable knockout. Amazing.
Yes, yes. I want to take a moment and go back to the chat because we got people in there with comments. We got Derek Bailey saying salute at the Odd Fella. Gil Coles, salute. Stormy B Man and the chat. What's going on, Gil Coles? Um, the Odd Fella says Derek Bailey, salute family. Gigi says the KO is making a commitment and intention to bring the pain. Absolutely. JMJ 2121 says, I hate to bring back last week. but Boo Boo Kim and Ray Mancini. It was Dooku Kim actually and Ray Mancini. Sheldon Holmes says, "She, Stormy B man, I hope we get to see some knockouts tonight." Yes, sir, absolutely. The Odd Fella says the upset knockout chills the soul. R.I.P. Burt Cooper. Burt Cooper KOing the Canadian heavyweight champ Willie DeWitt in his hometown. Yes, sir. Uh, Sierra F says salute. Good morning, Sierra F. Thanks for stopping by. The Three Wise Men of Boxing. The Odd Fella says Jefferson versus Izon was a nice KO too. Oh yeah, that was a good heavyweight scrap right there. We want to cook on that in a minute. Hustler Sim says Derek Jefferson, I love you. The quote from Larry Merchant from that fight. JMJ 2121 says separate the mind from the body. That KO. Derek Bailey, salute at Sierra F. The Odd Fella says another beautiful upset KO. Big George stopping Michael Moore. Absolutely. The Odd Fella also says Sierra F. Salute Queen. Cypher Supreme TV says the nastiest knockouts that sticks out to me is Julian Jackson versus Harold Graham. And I'm gonna stop it right there for a moment because we want to go back to that David Izon fight. What do you guys remember about that fight and knockout? Jefferson versus Izon.
I was very surprised, at the results. Derek Jefferson, if he was like Ernie Shavers, if he didn't get you, you got him. I didn't see that knockout coming with David Izon, but he really surprised me. David Izon was a type of fighter that if you didn't come to fight, he was going to give you some problems. And Derek Jefferson found out the hard way. It was a fusillade of punches with the referee stopping, and Derek Jefferson, I remember slumping over the referee. I remember like it was yesterday.
Yeah, that particular fight, Derek Jefferson, that was his first defeat ever, amateur pro. And the thing about it, he was completely gassed out. And that's the thing about Derek Jefferson's. He reminded me of a guy by the name of Bob Satterfield. And like Curtis said about Izon, either you get him or he gets you. They used to call fighters like that the truth machine. They will let you know whether or not you're in shape or not. But that was some fight. Unbelievable fight that was. It was a great knockout.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off that. Jefferson had nothing left, man. If you look at that fight, he was so exhausted, but the punishment and the exhaustion, it goes together, like Mugabe and Hagler knockout. But, he was looking for somewhere to fall. That's how exhausted he was. And David Izon helped him with that fusillade of punches. He had nothing. So yeah, that was a funny KO too.
And I'm sorry earlier, I got it mixed up because this fight with Maurice Harris was so exciting. About when he was looking for a place to dive on the canvas when he was fighting Izon. I'm sorry I mixed the two fights up, but I knew it was Derek Jefferson because I just remember that it stood out in my memory for watching it. It was so entertaining, man. Matter of fact, because that fight right there, I guarantee you, you're not only gonna enjoy the way it ends as far as being, ending with knockout. You're gonna enjoy what you're watching in the fighters because in the ring,
Stormy.
fatigue makes cowards out of men.
You're breaking up a little bit.
That fight
Stormy.
right there is symbolic out of that, man. Tremendous.
Yeah, Stormy, you breaking
up.
You
guys agree?
No, I agree with you wholeheartily, man. Fatigue make coward out of men. That's very, very true. Ain't no tough guy then when you start getting tired. Yeah, I remember, before we talk about the next fight, I remember Jim Lampley was saying how this guy is tough and he's this and that. And Marion Stewart says, yeah, but one left hook on the chin would change all of that.
Yeah, very
I
true.
thought that I thought that was really funny, because you could be tough, but when you get hit on the sweet spot, all of that leaves your body, man. So, I thought that was crazy. But another knockout I want to talk about what happened August 2nd, 1980 in Detroit, where Thomas Hitman Hearns knocked out Pepino Cuevas. It looked like Pepino Cuevas was trying to walk on ice. And remember something, Tommy Hearns caught him on the way down. That shook up the boxing world. Because remember, before Hearns came on the scene, people thought Cuevas was going to be Hearns. And they was trying to match up Cuevas and Leonard. But Tommy Hearns said, no, don't forget about me. That was a vicious knockout. What you guys remember about that knockout and the significance of that knockout?
Yeah, I always wondered why that Pepino Cuevas didn't patent that particular move, because these kids are dancing like that today. That was one. I always try to figure out what was the better dance move. Stinky leg, was it that one or that boot in Zoo? Because I got to tell you, that particular dance move, unbelievable, amazing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's one of those things that, like I said, and no knockout is the same, but you could get similar results or similar effects or whatever. But they all have their own bit of a narrative. There's a story to go with the knockout. It's like putting your signature on a check before you write, you send it in to for whatever payment you make. And that's what a knockout does to a fight, you know. And that's why, to bring it present day, Deontay Wilder, you can say what you want to say about his boxing technique and things like that or whatever, but when that man brings one of his matches to an end, it's usually the most electrifying moment of the match or whatever. It's like, boom, a stamp of approval. We're finished here. You know what? And I love that, man. I love it in boxing. I mean, I don't want to see every fight do that, but I love the fact that that is out there in the sport, because that's what kind of keeps you on the edge. It's like, is it going to happen, or whatever. And if it doesn't happen, it's okay. But when it does happen, what a payoff.
Yeah, I was at a fight in Atlantic City. Actually, I keep saying Atlantic City. This one was Las Vegas. It was with Ivan Barkley and Thomas the Man Hearns. And the third round was unbelievable. Ivan Barkley was looking at the floor, and he just came over with an overhand right, and Thomas Hearns was done. It's just amazing how you could just be sitting there. And I was in the third or second or third row in that fight. You could just be sitting there, and you don't even know what's happening, because Rand Barkley's body mechanics didn't show that was going to happen. And all of a sudden, the fight's over. It's really amazing. Hearns tried to get up, he stumbled, but that fight was over. Unbelievable punch.
I'm gonna say this, that knockout hurts me more than anything, because remember something, man. Hearns was dominating Iran Barkley. He had him cut over both eyes. Go look at that fight. He was hurting him with crippling hooks to the body. Every time Hearns would hit him to the body, Barkley would double over in pain. But Barkley was so tough, he soldiered on. He had bad scar tissue, and Hearns opened both his eyes, and Barkley, like my man Scrap said, he was looking at the canvas, and Hearns didn't see it, man. And the punches you don't see hurt you the most. And Hearns is out on his way down. And if you remember, Stormy and Scrap, he hit Hearns again on the way down. And I remember that fight. After that fight, Emmanuel Stewart was crying, man, because it was a crushing knockout, man. Man, I couldn't look at that fight for months. It really messed with me. So that's how I remember about the Hearns and Barkley knockout.
Yeah, that fight again, that was one of those, you hang up the phone, moment, because Hearns was beating the crap out of Barkley. Barkley was bleeding over both eyes. he was looking like, maybe the doctor was gonna have to stop the fight. He was just getting his butt whooped, and those left hooks that he was taking to the body, it was like Kirk just said, it was doubling him over, and he was like, if anybody ever threw a hope to hell punch, it was the one that Barkley threw when he landed that on Tommy Hearns. He couldn't repeat that punch probably if they fought 100 times, but he landed that one, and oh my God, what a result! Because he was able to follow up. Tommy was falling in slow motion, like I just said about that Doctor Strange thing, being your astral self being knocked out of your body. He was falling in slow motion. That's why Barkley was able to hit him a second time on the way down. It was like he hit him twice. He just clipped him. He totally separated Hearns from his senses.
I could not believe he caught lightning in a bottle. That was that punch, man. It was crazy, and that knockout bothered me, man, because I didn't see it coming. Hearns was on the verge of scoring a knockout, but Barkley got the knockout with that punch, man, and it landed in the perfect spot, man. When you go look at that fight, he came from Mississippi with that punch too. I said, man, boxing is driving me crazy. It had a psychological, thing on me, man. I'm where I couldn't look at that fight. I was like, man, I cannot look at that fight. When people talked about it, I walked away from them, man. That's how much it bothered me. But another knockout I want to bring up is this knockout was funny. This had to be one of the funniest knockouts I ever witnessed. It was Lightning Lonnie Smith versus Billy Costello at the Garden. Lonnie Lightning Smith. Do you guys remember Lightning Lonnie Smith?
I'm sorry, Kurt. I don't remember him.
He was a champion for a short while. He fought Julio Cesar Chavez. He was scared out of his wits. He was a junior welterweight. He took the title from Billy.
Was he a light complexion guy?
Yeah, he was from Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, okay, now, yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah, I remember him.
He looked at the ground because Billy Costello thought it was a tune-up, but Lightning Lonnie Smith came to fight, and he would walk away. He would turn his back and throw a wild right hand and would connect on Billy Costello all night. He knocked him down, about 4 times? Oh, man. And Ronnie Shields fought Billy Costello in upstate New York, the trainer. But that was, go look at that fight, please, Stormy. Go look at that fight today, and you gonna laugh. And the chat too. This dude was weird because he would completely run away, but he was playing possum. He would pivot and turn around and throw hard shots. Right? Tell him, Scrat. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't join in for a second because I don't know, my internet keeps messing up on me. But yeah, Lonnie Bradley, he was something else. I used to see him in Gleason's gym all of the time. And as a matter of fact, he fought Chavez. But I remember that fight. I remember that fight like yesterday. I was actually at that fight. And everything you said is true. Lonnie Bradley was, not Lonnie Bradley,
Lonnie Smith.
Lonnie Smith. Yeah, he was something else. You was just talking about, were you talking about Lonnie Bradley? Because my computer keeps going out. It goes on and off, on and off. And I'm trying to hang in there with you guys. Yeah, but Lonnie Smith was something else. He was muscle bound, light skin complexion, and he was just one of the guys.
Remember him. That's what made me remember him because he was a light skinned, kind of funny looking dude. Matter of fact, am I correct when? And forgive me if I'm not, because I'm trying to remember his face. I remember the fights that he had with Chavez, but I'm trying to remember his face. He kind of put you in mind of a resemblance of Tank Davis, doesn't he?
A little bit. He was. They was lightly, but Lonnie Smith had a lot of muscles. He was, like Scrap said, he was heavily muscled, and I thought he was gonna be something, but he was scared to death for Chavez, man. He was scared.
Stan Hoffman was his promoter. That was his promoter, Stan Hoffman.
Old school promoter. I remember Stan Hoffman. Scared to look, scared scared to death, scared to look. You shook. That was Lonnie Bradley against Chavez, man. Him and Johnny Duplessis, man, for New Orleans, man. You talk about people scared, but anyway, that was the one. That was one of the funniest knockouts because I didn't like Billy Costello. He went on to get knocked out again by Alexis Arguello, But a funny knockout, and this knockout right here, I lost a lot, and this I didn't see this knockout coming because the storyline with Terry Norris and Simon Brown, that Simon Brown kept canceling the fight, and HBO sold its rights to Showtime because I remember, my mother used to cook when there was a fight on because my mother was a great cook, and I said, "Oh, I'm getting my plate." And I put my chair in front of the TV. I said, "Oh, this gonna be a good one tonight. Terry Norris gonna rip his head off." So I go turn on HBO with my plate of food, and the arena is empty. And they show Jim Leonard. I said, "No." I said, "What the hell is this?" So they said for the second time, Simon Brown has canceled the fight. So I was like, he's scared. So HBO sold the rights to Showtime. The fight was on Showtime, and Simon Brown wound up beating the brakes off Terry Norris because you could see what I call building blocks for a knockout. It didn't happen suddenly. Terry Norris, tried to oppose his will, and he couldn't do nothing with Simon Brown. He was that strong, and Terry Norris didn't have the best chin. And remember Stormy and Scrap at the end of the third round, with seconds remaining, Simon Brown hit with a left right, and he did that dance back to his corner.
Yes, he did.
Looked like, hey, Kurt, I always tell people when Simon Brown hit him with that two-piece, Terry Norris went back to his corner. He looked like a baby that was trying to take his first steps.
That's a great analogy.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
His first steps, and he get up and he started running, and he stopped, and he
oh man, yeah, man. Hey, you should have saw my face, man, because me and the Jamaicans, we had a friendly rivalry, and they would say how Simon Brown was gonna beat Terry. No, I was like, you crazy. And when that happened, man, they was like, I told you, Kirk. I was mad as hell, scrapping Stormy and chat. I ain't had nothing to say because he beat the hell out of Terry Norris. And remember something, Chavez and them, they was watching the fight in the back room, and they was all laughing at Terry Norris.
I remember that.
They were trying to build that. They was gonna fight. They was building that fight up. But after Norris got after Chavez and Norris, after Norris got knocked out, the fight, lost his luster, man. But it's just a knockout that I want to recall, man, that really shocked me. Barkley Hearns and Simon Brown and Terry Norris, those two knockouts right there put me in utter shock, man.
Okay, I want to take it to the chat again for a moment. We got I want to pick it up from a few that went back. Cypher Supreme TV said the nastiest knockout that sticks out to me is Julian Jackson versus Harold Graham. Yes, sir. That was one heck of a knockout. I think Jackson pointed to the canvas as the dude was falling when he clocked him. Hustler Slim says, as Stormy B Man, what about the Adonis Stevenson KO of Jesus Gonzalez? Yeah, that was a real good one as well. JMJ 2121, Three Wise Men. What is your number one knockout from Edwin Valero? Okay, guys, hold that question. Derek Bailey says Julian Jackson versus Terry Norris. Eric Jenkins says Stormy B Man, Curtis Anderson, Scrapbook Boxing. Salute to you, Eric Jenkins, brother. Sierra F says salute to Derek Bailey. Cypher Supreme TV. Oh yeah, also that Michael Nunn knockout of Sambu Colombe. Yes, what a great knockout. The odd fella says Chris Berg got knocked into denial by Ike Abiabuchi. Sure did. He was slobbering all over himself and everything, and he was talking to the ref instead of trying to fight. JMJ 2121 says sometimes they think that was a phantom knockout. At the Sierra F says, "Odd fella salute." And Hyphy says, Stormy B Man, why Tony do none like that? It's like Sierra F says, scrapbook boxing salute at Stormy B Man salute at Hyphy salute. Sierra F also Curtis Anderson salute. Hustler Slim says, Razor Rudder, the smash. And Sierra F says, let's get it, fight night. Sheldon Holmes. Dokes has some fast hands for a heavyweight. Absolutely. Mark Blake says, salute to all. Broderick Hunter, salute to the three wise men. Salute, Broderick. I'm going to rent you up, brother. And Gigi says, salute to Scrapbook. Main Event Mark says, salute to the three wise men. The odd fella says, laugh my ass off, looking for a place to lay down. Yeah, man. That Derek Jefferson. I'm telling you, the number one fight to watch after this show, please go watch David Izon and Derek Jefferson. Guaranteed entertainment. If you're not entertained by that fight, you're not a fan of boxing. So I'm gonna stop the comments right there for a minute, fellas, and let y'all catch up on some of the comments there. What are your recollections about the Edwin Valero guys?
Oh man, he had heavy hands, man. He was a knockout machine. He knocked out this Japanese guy named Hamo. You know, he knocked out a lot of people. Antonio DeMarco, I remember that knockout, but probably my favorite knockout was Hamo. He was just a brutal guy, man. My dream fight would have been, Valero versus Pacquiao, man. That fight wouldn't have went 5 rounds. It would have been like Lyle and Foreman.
Yeah, mine was Antonio DeMarco. Like Curtis said, I think he had all knockouts before he passed away, but he was a vicious combination puncher. He was a whirlwind. He never stopped on punches, and he just kept coming, man. Somebody was getting knocked out in that fight.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of his fights that I've seen. It's interesting because there was a point in time when I was watching certain weight classes. I was a victim of that. Not a victim, but I would say I was a person that was partial to that. But what I began to do is as I began to watch the smaller weight classes, I realized that by not eliminating the consideration for the smaller weights, it allowed me to see the technique and skill set of fighters more clearly. And then I could understand how certain things were set up, because the smaller guys, because they don't have such mass or whatever, the leverage that they get on their shots and how they execute and how they are able to, like when you see knockouts at the smaller weights, it's actually through the science of the sport. That's where it's more. With bigger men, bigger bodies clashing. It's just like in football. Damage is going to be done. But when you see small men, like you take a Ricardo Lopez, and you guys have heard me talk about him before. And when he clocks a man on the chin and you see what they do, you know that man is carrying some power. And I remember him hitting a guy with an uppercut under the guy's jab. It was kind of like that 45, and the man just fell apart. But it was the execution, because he was boxing and the guy was throwing punches. And as Scrap said earlier, and I've alluded to this so many times, the best time to hit a guy is when he's throwing punches at you, because he's wide open at some point. You just have to know the counter. And that's where the skill of boxing and the science of boxing comes in, because you could run a guy into a shot and the effects would be far more dramatic than if you just reared up and tried to hit a guy, because he's not expecting a receipt while he's being offensive. And that's the best time. Some of Evander Holyfield's great punches were in exchanges. when he got somebody to exchange with him, and that's where he could do his damage. Because when he fired up, like he said, he may not have had the heaviest punch, but he got rocks. He don't have boulders, but he gonna hit you with a lot of rocks. Well, sometimes a rock could get through and it'll crack your windshield. You know what I mean? So that's what happens. But yeah, the smaller weights is what really made me begin to pay attention to the skills of fighters and how they're able to execute those knockouts. And it's a little bit more impressive to me. Uh,
Yeah,
what do you
so
guys think?
yeah, I just want to piggyback off the Holyfield. I was at the fight with Holyfield when he fought a fighter by the name of Sherman McDougalin. And that left hook, see, if you want to study certain punches, you study the position that the man is in at the time when he's about to throw a punch. And that was a beautiful, beautiful left hook that he threw with McLaughlin. Beautiful, beautiful punch.
Go ahead, Kurt. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was having difficulties. I remember that fight where Evander Holyfield versus Seamus McDonough. He was an Irish fighter, and that left hook. And remember when he hit McDonough with that left hook, half his body was in the ring and half his body was out the ring. It looked like he was asleep, man. And another knockout I want to bring up, man, was Pernell Whitaker versus a fighter by the name of Louis Lomelli. Remember that knockout, fellas?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Pernell tricked him. He was an aggressive Italian fighter, and he was coming to Pernell, and Pernell had his back turned, and Pernell pivot like Lonnie Smith and caught him flush right on the chin and stretched him out. That was a beautiful knockout by Pernell Whitaker.
Outstanding textbook knockout. Beautiful, beautiful job. Yep, I saw that one there too. I was there on that fight also. Beautiful knockout.
One thing we can all say about knockouts in the sport that it's 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 the equivalent of a home run in boxing. I mean a home run in baseball, and there are different types of home runs in baseball. You got the walk off home run, you got the grand slam, you got the one that put you ahead when you were behind, that kind of thing. And that's how boxing knockouts are. Would you guys agree with that analogy?
Yes, I would have to say yes. Absolutely agree. Perfect analysis.
I agree as well. Like I said, you could build blocks for a knockout, or it could just come like bottle. You can catch lightning in a bottle. I bring up the John Tate and Mike Weaver knockout. Mike Weaver was losing for 14 and a half rounds, and that punch he hit him with, Tate just fell like a tree. It was amazing. I'm telling you, boxing is amazing. He just felt like a tree. Remember the John Tate knockout, fellas?
Yep,
Oh
I think
man.
it was like 12 seconds or something like that left, right? It was almost over.
I know
What?
it was the last round. It might have been a minute left. I'm not sure. You can go back and check, but it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that right there. That was the end of John Tate too, man. That just kind of like just like the Chavez win over Meldrick Taylor. That pretty much Meldrick Taylor was done after that night. John Tate was done after that knockout. Uh, he fell face first. He looked like a tree that was cut down in the forest, man. And the funny thing about it, John Tate had boxing skills. He was a very good boxer. He was very big. He was one of the prototype big men of today. He was 6'6", I think,
hmm
and he could really box. He had a good jab. He had nice movement. He had decent power and decent hand speed. Uh, it's just amazing, man. One shot, like Kirk said, one shot on the chin can change all of that, man.
Yeah, I remember Joe Lewis when he knocked out Jim Broderick, the beautiful straight right hand, body shot, and then straight right hand to the chin. Broderick never knew what hit him.
Absolutely, man. I tell you that the knockout, the KO is scintillating. I remember another knockout, and you guys remember this. This is one of the prettiest knockouts you will ever see. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Davy Boy Green. What can you guys tell me about that knockout?
Probably one of the top 10 greatest combination knockouts of all time. I mean, you can't get much better than that. Beautiful. What was it, like a 6, 7 punch combination? And he was hitting them on the way down. He never left his sight. All the way to his head almost hit the canvas. He was still punching. Amazing. That reminds me so much of when Sugar Ray Robinson put a 6 to 8 punch combination on hand stretch when he went to England to do his tour. That's the type of combination that was. Fascinating.
Yeah,
Beautiful
it has
combination.
similarities, Scrap. You right, man. I remember that, man. But that Leonard could always punch with the left hook. You know, look what he did to Pete Ranzani. He hit Ranzani with like 10, 15 punch combination, and he shuffled down him. Remember, he shuffled, he combinated, shuffled again, and combinated, and then dropped Ranzani.
Yes,
Ranzani was a tough journeyman. You know, and but that knockout with Davy Boy Green was brutal, man. Whew, pretty.
unbelievable.
Yeah, I want to take it to the chat for a moment, fellas. I'm going back a little bit because we do have people making comments and everything. Um, we got I'll pick it up from where I last. I think it was Sheldon Holmes said Dokes had some fast hands for a heavyweight. We got Mark Blake saying salute to all. Broderick Hunter, salute. Three Wise Men, scrapbook is there. Main event Mark says salute to the Three Wise Men, the odd fella. Laughing my ass off and looking for a place to lay down. Yeah, I read that. And Broderick Hunter's laughing. Eric Jenkins is laughing, saying 100. The odd fella says Ray Mercer destroying the Great White Hope. Tommy Morrison. Um, Main event Mark. Man, lots of knowledge in these three brains. Thanks for that. Cypher Supreme TV says Zab tried his best. I guess someone might have mentioned that Zab against Costa Zoo. Um, Eric Jenkins says Stormy B Man agreed. Wilder has that radioactive hitter 100. Absolutely. Derek Bailey says I agree. Kurt. Also salute at main event Mark. Gigi says Lewis Rockman rematch via thunderclap. Yeah. Eric Jenkins says scrapbook. Yo, I watched that Barkley Hearns fight. That was a true hit. Barkley landed. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Cypher Supreme TV says good one at GG. GG says Cypher Supreme TV 100. Mark, main event Mark says Derek Bailey was happening. Cypher Supreme TV says he looked like K9 Bondage to me, Lonnie Smith. Yeah. Cypher Supreme TV also said Smith. Yeah. Gigi says Martinez Williams rematch. King Louis says, salute to the chat and panel. Salute to you. Cypher Supreme TV says at King Louis, salute. King Louis says at Cypher, salute. Main event Mark, King Louis. And let's see, we got the odd fella says Cypher Supreme agreed. He looks like a light-skinned K9 Bundage. Yep, with a half-size afro. He kind of fight like him too. And yeah, and Cypher Supreme also says the most shocking knockout was Chavez versus Taylor. I still can't watch that fight again. And the odd fella ends up with Michael Moore combination punching to stop the late Burt Cooper. Excellent inside fighting. Yeah, that was a heck of a brawl between Michael Moore and uh, the late Smoking Burt Cooper, which was heavily reminiscent of the Foreman Ron Lyle fight. Guys, please cook on the Foreman Ron Lyle fight. And I
Oh
just
my
want to listen to you brothers tell us your recounts of that fight. I won't even offer anything, but I like Scrap to go and then Kurt to go. Please cook on the Foreman Ron Lyle.
oh my God, man. One of the most entertaining fights and not only heavyweight history, but boxing history. I call that the elevator fight because both fighters was up and down. Excuse me. That's the elevator fight. And I remember Howard Cosell, George struck back, George struck back, George struck back. I'm telling you, man, it will give you goosebumps. If that fight don't give you goosebumps, you're not alive. You're a zombie. That
Yeah, they
fight.
called him.
Oh, go ahead, Scrap.
No, I'm sorry, brother. No, I was just going to say they started calling George Foreman the Lion after that because of the heart. Both men. I mean, see, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about boxing. I'm talking about you giving it everything you have until there's nothing left. And if George Foreman didn't have that attitude, he wouldn't have won that fight. Even when Ron Lyle was just about out on his feet, he was still throwing punches. He didn't know he was throwing punches. He was on the corner, like in a sag position, throwing punches. Those men went down consistently. Gil Clancy was in his corner, and Gil Clancy said that he thought his fighter was out. He thought he wasn't going to win the fight. It was incredible. Outstanding fight with George Foreman and Ron Lyle.
Man, I love that fight. Man, you guys got me watching. It's gonna be Boxing Day today. I'm telling you when I get off here, you know. But I'm telling you something, man. George struck back. I love that call by Howard Cosell, man. You know, he was excited. You
Yeah,
know,
one of the best calls from Howard Cosell. One of the best.
oh man, you telling me, man. You know, he made it exciting. I mean, it was a brawl for it all. I mean, it was the quintessential Pier 6 brawl, as they call it, barroom fight, saloon fight. It was, you know, the only thing was missing was glass mugs and chairs hitting each over the head with it, you know. And Lau was a tough guy, man, from Denver, Colorado. You know, he had fought Ernie Shavers in a similar match, and you know, he served 7 years for armed robbery. He was the tough dude, you know. And George was a brute. George was the strongest fight I ever seen in my life in his prime, you know. So it was give and take, you know, war of attrition, like I like to say, you know, intestinal fortitude. He knocked George down. George come back, hurts him, knock him down. Lyle come back. He's hurt against the ropes. He knocks Foreman down again. Then Foreman gets him. George struck back. You know, so I call that the elevator fight. Man, that fight, my blood is boiling right now, man. I feel like working out, man. Seriously,
Let me
man.
tell
That
you
fight.
something, Curtis. Let me tell you something. You can have the president and the Pope come into town. You can have all the Secret Service men in the world. But if that fight like that breaks out, they would wait until the fight is over before they would step in. That's the type of fight that was. Unbelievable. Entertaining for anybody, regardless of whether you like the game or not, just because of the passion behind it. Incredible.
And guys, I know I said I wanted to hear you cook on it, but I just wanted to offer one thing that I noticed in that fight about both fighters, but one in particular, and that being George Foreman. When Foreman went down, he went down face first, and usually guys don't get up from that. And Foreman looked like he was done. Like when Paul Williams got knocked out, you know, by Maravella, he went down face first. Foreman was on his face was on the canvas, and there was blood under his face. He got up, and his expression never changed. He didn't look meaner or madder or confused. He had the same look on his face. What men these guys were. And it was like a movie because that's how it happens in the movies. But it was real life. It was like George got up and didn't change his expression and went right back into the fray of the fight. It was like caution into the wind. These men were like punchers. They were fierce. They were strong and powerful, and they didn't care. They were like, I'm going back at him. And you just don't see that today, man. It was something amazing. Amazing. That Caesar's Palace audience that was watching that fight, man, they got theirs and then some. And nobody ever thought that George had that kind of fight in him. But for people who saw George in his second career, when he came back amongst these fighters of today, and they were like, oh, when George gets in there with a real guy, something's going to happen. Well, if you saw George like that then, knowing that he's 40 years old, coming back against these guys, he had nothing to worry about these men of today. It was those men of yesterday, the Alis and the Shavers and the Ron Lyles and Fraziers. Those were the guys to be fearing, not these guys today. And that's why George ended up becoming another heavyweight champion, because some of these guys of today just didn't have what the guys of yesteryear had.
Yeah, that's a throwback. That puts you in mind of Floyd Patterson when he fought Ingemar Johansson and Sonny Liston. When he was knocked out, he got up and he started to go back to his corner, but he got up. And that's the thing. You don't have. It's a different level of upbringing and heart and determination. From then to now, totally different. You would see fights like that at that time. You wouldn't see that today. A few guys here and there, but it was like that in a lot of fights back at that time. That's just how the men were made.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. But Derek Bailey corrected me because Hopkins went to jail for armed robbery. Ron Lau was for murder. So Derek Bailey is right. And another knockout. This knockout wasn't seen by a lot of people. I want to bring up Ron Lau again against Ernie Shavers. Fortunately, somebody took it with a camera. It was on a weekday in Denver, and you know what? In a snowstorm, and the fight was sold out. That's how popular boxing was. And when you think about Denver, very underrated boxing town, man. They produce some fighters. They produce some fighters. And, Ron Lauder is one of them. Little Stevie Johnson and, Mile High Mike Alvarado, amongst others. I believe, Jack Dempsey was from Manassas, Colorado. So they had their share of fighters, Denver, but another knockout I want to bring up. This was one of the funniest too, besides the Lonnie Smith and Billy Costello fight, was a fight between Satchel Powell and Cornelius Bundridge. Because remember, the first 5 seconds, they knocked each other down. And then they both got up. And then Powell threw a straight right, I believe, and knocked Bundridge down, and the fight was stopped. Man, that had me on the floor. Anybody remembers that fight?
I do. That was crazy.
Yeah.
It was one of them circus fights. It was unbelievable. Yep. That's exactly what happened. They both went down. And then, that was, I'm recording in my head that fight right now, and I'm laughing. I can't even tell you what happened. That's how funny it is. It's crazy. Unbelievable.
Yeah, to take it to the chat again, Hustler Slim says, Three Wise Men, what about the come from behind KO of Dio Belli's Hurtado by Pernell Whitaker? He went left hand crazy. Derek Bailey says, Foreman versus Lyle is a great fight. Gigi says, Pack Hatton via Tombstone. Derek Bailey says, thanks for the wrench. No problem, Derek. You support us, man. You always out there with us, and thank you for being such a staunch supporter, man. We love and appreciate that. Cypher Supreme TV, one of the best fights ever was Lyle versus Foreman. Agreed, 100%. Derek Bailey says, Kurt, I thought Lyle went to prison for murder. Kurt says, Derek Bailey, you're right. The Odd Fella says, Tarver knocking out Roy Jones was devastating to me as a teenager. Derek Bailey says, facts at the Odd Fella. One of them ones media. Big up chat and panel members. What's up? One of them ones. Cypher Supreme TV says, that damn K9 lost money on him 3 times.
Yeah, man. Yep. Keep your money in your
Oh
pocket on the
man,
fight like
I'm
that.
sorry.
It's crazy.
He said not once, not twice, but 3 times he lost money on that damn K9.
Unbelievable.
Oh man. I'm sorry, man. I can't control my
And
laughter.
the sad part, he can't even pay you back.
That's funny. That's funny.
Dude.
Amazing.
I'm sorry. Cyber Supreme TV. That was
Salute
great.
to Cyber Supreme.
That was great, man. That was great. But you know what? There are fighters out there like that, man. You be pulling for them. You be like, come on. And they do. They let you down. It's like, man, what's up? That's like AB today. You know, AB has a fan base. He has supporters. But when he gets out there and perform, that dude just will not fight, man. He won't fight. And the funny thing about it is, he has some talent. He has some ability. But he just won't do it. He's like, man, I don't care what y'all say. I'm getting paid.
Yeah, that reminds me of a movie. The man was shooting dice and he said, Mama needs shoes. I think that was Harlem Nights. My mama needs shoes. Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see. I'm trying to find my place where I was. One of them ones media says someone mentioned Sweet Pea. Yes, we did. We spoke about Sweet Pea. Hyphy says at one of them ones media, I love all of your new content, mate. Odd fella says, what's going on? One of them ones media. Oh, Hurtado took 10 unanswered shots from Whitaker and collapsed through the ropes. Yes, sir. Cypher Supreme is laughing. Odd fella's laughing. Derek Bailey, salute to one of them ones. And Cypher Supreme still laughing. One of them ones media. Yes, Hyphy, I got many more to come, bro. Odd fella, long time. We don't have from you. And Hustler Sim says, one of them ones media. Absolutely. My mouth was open until the ref finally stepped in. And one of them ones media says, Derek Bailey, how you living, family? So I'm all caught up on the chat. Hey guys, there's another knockout in the heavyweight division. It was on Tuesday Night Fights, and it was that heavyweight. I don't know, I can't remember the opponent's name. It was that heavyweight, Alex Garcia, when he knocked out that brother that the ref wouldn't come in and stop the fight. Do you remember that, guys? He was pounding that guy and pounding that guy. He must have let 20 unanswered punches, man. And the guy finally went to the canvas. And when he went to the canvas, the referee went over and started counting. But the dude had been out on his feet for like 10, 15 seconds already. Do you remember that fight, Kurt?
I don't remember that fight,
Yeah,
but
it was Tuesday Night Fights, Alex Garcia. And he was beating on some brother. I can't remember the guy's name, though.
He didn't go through the ropes, right?
Huh?
Did he go through the ropes, Stormy?
Yeah, he went through the ropes. He was in a corner, like up against the ropes, but he finally went down face first. He fell like the opposite way, but Garcia was wailing on this guy, and the ref was like nowhere to be seen. I think the ref had went to get a soda or something. The guy was being killed in there, man.
Yeah, I know. Alex Garcia was like the first Mexican heavyweight.
Yeah,
I remember him coming up.
Yeah,
it wasn't Rockman
remember.
because that was OC. That was Oso Falaya. I forget his name, but he was a Russian heavyweight when that happened. I can't think of the guy.
It was a brother, and the thing is, I don't know if the brother was African or Jamaican or something, but I can't remember his name. But if anybody could Google Alex Garcia most devastating knockout performance or whatever, it's that guy. He was pounding on that guy. The referee, I think if maybe that guy was dating the referee's daughter or something, he was like, man, I ain't saving him. It was like he would not step in. It was one of the most atrocious refereed matches because of the punishment that the man was taking. Now, if you're a Garcia fan, you're gonna be like, "Wow, Garcia was killing that dude." But if you're a fan of boxing, the man was out already. He was finished, and they just let him continue to get pounded. We're not talking about like Ray Mercer and Tommy Morrison because that was a little quicker. We're talking about something that kind of went on for a minute, man, and I didn't like that at all. But it is one of boxing's most
Wow.
devastating knockouts.
I got to check that one out. I'm not
I
sure of
know
that
he
one.
fought Mike White, and I mean to buy that Tuesday night knockouts. I'm going to get it. I keep procrastinating. I'm gonna get the whole catalog, man. They got it on sale. That's a must have for boxing enthusiasts like we. Mike White, damn. I remember Alex Garcia well.
Yeah, see in the chat, Hustler Sim says one of them ones media. Absolutely, my mouth was open until the ref finally stepped in. Uh, Derek Bailey, how you living, family? One of them ones media. Hyphy, you should do a kung fu stream with Curtis and Stormy P. Man, that would be a good listen. Hustler Sim says, yes, I remember the crowd booed the ref. Absolutely, man. That was Tuesday night fights. Alex Garcia. Odd fella says 503, maybe live streaming later, link up with one of them ones. Hyphy says one of them ones media. We gave a little sample last night, but that's probably coming soon. When will you do a live again? Hustle Sim says at Bernard Benton. And Odd fella says Samuel
That's
Peter.
him. That's him. Hustler Slim got it.
Bernard Benton. That's the guy that got knocked out, right?
Yeah, Hustler Slim got it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Hustler Slim. See, that fight, man, that ref, he should never be allowed to referee a fight again because I don't think he understands what his role is in that ring. That man could have been killed. And the thing is, it's like he got hit, he was hurt, he shook up, he could have got a standing 8, but it went beyond that. He was out on his feet, he couldn't fall because Garcia, the way he was in front of him and punching him, he was taking everything. And the ref was way on the other side of the ring somewhere. And he took punch after punch after punch till Garcia kind of stepped to his side and punched him until he went down. And it was like, he could have just stood in front of the guy, hitting him like he was a heavy bag, and the ref wasn't going to jump in and stop it. It was ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
The odd fella says Samuel Peter KO of Jeremy Williams. Yeah, that was ooh.
Oh man, I remember that one. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good one. Real clean one.
Yes, sir. How about this one, guys? How about Michael Bent knocking out Tommy Morrison?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, yeah, another one.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, unbelievable. Yeah, yeah, that is actually a good one.
Yeah, Michael Bent, man. He played Sonny Liston in the Ali film with Will Smith. Michael Bent, man, was WBO champ, and he knocked Tommy Morrison out. And later on, he found out he couldn't fight anymore because he had some kind of a head injury or whatever. But Michael Bent, when he knocked out Tommy Morrison, I think Tommy Morrison was in line to get a fight with somebody. I don't know if it was Lennox Lewis, it was Riddick Bowe or somebody. He was supposed to be in line to get a big money fight, and Michael Bent knocked him out in the first round.
Yup.
Yeah, yep. That's the way
One of
boxing
those
is.
cases, like we said so many times, where somebody say, "Nope, it ain't going down like that," and he stopped him, man. It was amazing.
Man, how about the knockout with Julian Jackson and Buster Drayton, man? And there's another knockout, that you must see that probably people forgot or never seen before. It's on YouTube. It's one of my favorite knockouts of all time. It was Julian Jackson versus this guy named Wayne Powell. Watch that
yeah.
knockout. Ooh, that was devastating. It was beautiful because you thought somebody shot the guy because Fred Red Fox used to be at a lot of those fights because those celebrities they get in free, you know. And he's, you know, it was nobody there. It was an undercard fight. It was outside. It was hot as hell. And a fight between went 4 rounds. Julian Jackson versus Wayne Powell, and Julian Jackson versus Buster Drayton.
Yeah, that Buster Drayton fight, man, that's another one like Stormy B mentioned, where he actually took his arm and measuring the distance of the fall of the fighter. Because it seemed like he cut him with a hatchet. If he was a tree, that's the way he went down. It was amazing, that Buster Drayton fight. Unbelievable.
You know, I want to take a moment and say something about Julian Jackson. uh, Arguably one of the pound for pound hardest punchers in the history of boxing with a high KO percentage. But from what I know, I don't know the guy personally, never met him, but from what I've seen and I've known, come to know about Julian Jackson, he appeared to be a very cool guy, very nice guy. But in the ring, he was a killer and an assassin. He definitely had the "I'll get you or you get me" type mindset. He was not a good boxer by any means, but boy, could he go in there and take people out. And he was definitely one of those fighters that, with everything he threw, he was trying to decapitate you. Everything. And I think that made him extremely vulnerable, but at the same time, a warrior, because that's what he was in there for. And a lot of guys just could not stand up to that. But I do feel that he ran into problems when he had when he was matched against guys who had more skills. And that's just the truth of the sport. When you have skills other than just being able to knock someone out, when you can jab, you can move, you can think on your feet, you can tie people up, you can use tactical circumstances to get you through a match. Julian was very limited when it came to that, but boy, he was a committed puncher, and he got desired results when he landed shots. And there were fighters in there with him like Mike McCallum, and then later Gerald McClellan, that realized they could not play or mess around with him, and they had to do certain things to get the advantages over him because he was so dangerous. What are your recollections, Julian Jackson, fellas?
Glory, glory. He used to say that after the knockout. Glory. Hey, he was a scary dude because he was a nice guy. You wouldn't have never thought if you would have met him outside the ring and he said he was a boxer, you was like, oh, this guy, you know, he's a boxer, you know, that wins all his fights on decision, because you would equate that with his personality. But you know, come to find out, he was a stone cold killer. You know, he had some of the most brutal knockouts that you would ever see. You know, and he used to say glory. You know, so Julian Jackson was limited defensively and technically, but his hands were so heavy. He was basic technically, but when you punch like that, that's all you need to be. He just ran up against people like Mike McCollum and Gerald McClellan, you know, but Julian Jackson is a human highlight film all by itself. And as fighters, you don't have to have the best skills, but in boxing, we need guys like Julian Jackson, man, because people who don't really understand boxing will be a fan of Julian Jackson because of his knockout power.
Yeah, Julian Jackson, if you met, see, I met him several times, but if you ever had a pleasure of meeting him, he's a very, very nice guy. And when you give him a handshake, he doesn't have that gorilla grit. You know, you wouldn't think he's a boxer at all. He just has a streak in him that delivers blows beyond belief. And I remember when he knocked out Terry Norris, and that put me in mind of Joe Louis, the way he set up his man, the way he stalked his man, and he didn't bring his hand back. He threw it from where it was. Terry Norris never saw it, and out he went. And he caught him on the way down for a second punch. Julian Jackson was a puncher, textbook all the way.
Yeah, I remember the very first time I saw him. Um, he was fighting on a Mike Tyson undercard, and it made me go back and watch some of his other fights because I was like, this dude, that's like when he hit the guy went down, and he had this twitch in his body that kind of reminded me of when Floyd Patterson knocked out Ingmar Johansson. It was like the guy was on the floor and he was doing this little thing, and I was like, man, he really clocked that dude. That's when your brain is banging up against your skull, from the impact. And as I saw it, then because he had fought and lost to Mike McCallum earlier and things like that. So I went back and saw those fights and reviewed. I was like, man, this guy is something else, man. He was like a hot knife going through butter. And if you weren't a person of substance and didn't have more than just, the moderate skills, you weren't going to survive in there with him.
Hey, Stormy Curtis in chat. Would you excuse me? I have to step away for 9 minutes. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Okay, we got it, Scrap. We got it.
All right, thanks, brothers.
So, yeah, we're at a point in boxing of today. It's like we can't even see fights like that with those type of results because the guys who are capable of delivering that, they're not facing off against one another. They're not delivering the goods, so to speak, in the sport of today. And I don't even think it's because they're afraid of that. It's afraid. I heard someone questioning in one of the other chats on another channel, well, why do you think these guys, they don't want to fight each other and this and that? And I think it's the network TVs and stuff that get involved with the sanctioning bodies and for these so-called multiple titles and stuff. And they put these contingencies on the fighters' contracts, like as long as you keep winning and stuff, we'll keep you on our network and stuff like that, instead of just letting the fighters fight on the network, whether they win, lose, or draw. It's like, and so guys they feel compelled that they have to survive, so to speak. I mean, that's one part of it. I don't think it's the whole total, but that's one part of it, the aspect of boxing, that they don't want to lose because they'll lose these deals that they sign on to. But if you're good enough, aka Deontay Wilder, that you can abstain from just signing deals that lock you into being able to fight only guys you can beat and stuff like that, the networks will still come for you, but you don't have to sign over your career so that they can manipulate, how you go forward. Do you agree with that, Kurt?
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree 100%.
And I mean,
100%.
as far as what I'm saying about how the sanctioning bodies in cohorts with the networks are putting that pressure on the fighters, that's another angle that people don't see, from behind the scenes, because a lot of them have to win and stay winning, to stay on TV, so to speak, to stay on a certain network, whether it's Showtime or some kind of, situation like that. I mean, do you understand what I'm trying to say there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Hey, I want to talk about another knockout. You know, this is one of the most brutal knockouts ever. You know where I'm going. Ray Mercer and Tommy Morrison. Need I say more?
Ha.
Need I say more?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
That fight, I didn't know who was going to win. I gave a slight edge to Mercer, but there was a lot of intrigue in that fight. I thought it was 55-45, but Ray Mercer has one of the best chins you will ever see. I mean, he has a granite chin. And that fight, he was taking some shots from Tommy Morrison, but Mercer, he didn't flinch. I mean, he covered up, and it seemed like he was biding his time. And then one shot for Morrison, because Morrison was always tight in fights. He could never relax. They always try to get him to relax, and he was never comfortable in the ring. He had a lot of anxiety. He fought like that. And that knockout was so brutal, man. I'm glad Tommy didn't get hurt, man. It was just, that's one of the top knockouts that you will ever see. I mean, Ray Mercer had heavy hands and Ray could punch. Plus, he was a very crude fighter. But that was a throwback knockout. What can you tell me about that knockout, Stormy?
That knockout to me, first of all, going into the fight, I knew Ray Mercer could take a good punch, but Tommy Morrison's left hook was something that was a little bit special because and I recognized that early on because there's just, Tommy Morrison fought a lot of the guys on his way up that Mike Tyson fought, and he got a lot of the similar results that Mike Tyson got. So the one thing that I knew was he wasn't smoking mirrors as far as being able to get people out of there. What was always questionable was like, could he take it? That was what his thing was. And when he got matched up against Ray Mercer, I remember going into that fight that I was saying one of these guys is getting knocked out, and that whoever comes out of this fight is going to be the guy who goes on to challenge like the Riddick Bowes and the Holyfields and the Lennox Lewis's, going forward. And that's what I felt. And because Mike Tyson was still incarcerated at that time, and I I remember Tommy Morrison came out like gangbusters. I mean, he jumped on Ray Mercer like Burt Cooper jumped on Riddick Bowe in that fight that we talked about. That was a 2-round match between Burt Cooper and Riddick Bowe. Tommy Morrison came out and jumped on Ray Mercer. I don't even think Ray Mercer was expecting that. And he had fast hands. And he was throwing those combinations like poop, 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 poop. And Ray couldn't block everything because Tommy was fast. He had good upper body movement. He was kind of emulating Tyson to a small degree, but he was just very good at getting that left hook off. And there came a point where Ray acclimated to what Tommy was doing. And then he later would tell us this, he could hear Morrison breathing heavy, which meant that it wasn't so much of what Morrison's output, the output was part of it, but it was the event that got to Morrison. He, when your adrenaline gets really pumped up like that, he was so pumped up, he couldn't calm down. And he got tired faster than you normally would. Plus the output, he was throwing everything as a knockout blow, even though his cornerman was like, you got to change your levels, Tommy. You got to change your levels in the between rounds. And Ray Mercer, who could take it and had a life and death battle a couple of times against fighters like Francisco Damiani, Burt Cooper, and there was another fight that Ray Mercer had that was I can't think of it right now off the top of my head, but Ray Mercer had like 3 matches to show that he could take it and he, weather the storm and come back and get somebody else later. Once Tommy got fatigued and everything, he was all Ray's. And Ray totally brutalized that guy, took him to the max. He did some things that Tommy Morrison just wasn't expecting. Being able to counter him as he did, and to put Tommy in a position of being defensive. And Tommy wasn't used to somebody jumping on him like that. And he took him out. He took him out quick. It was a really stellar performance by Ray Mercer and one of my favorite fights and knockouts of all time.
Yeah, I'm back, fellas. Thanks for holding me down. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just
No
want to
problem.
quick one out a little bit with the Tommy Morrison and Ray Mercer fight. Ray Mercer was very upset with Tommy Morrison because at the weigh-in, Tommy Morrison kept on talking about his age, and he said he was 28 years of age for 4 years, and he didn't appreciate that. He took it personal, and he said, "I'll see you in the ring," and I assume he did because he put I don't know how many punch combinations on him. He didn't have to hit him that many times, but it was because he had it personal with Tommy Morrison, and man, that was a hell of a knockout, unbelievable.
I don't think it was personal. I think it was business. And Ray went about his business, and it was it was funny. I know what you mean when you say that, but I'm trying to put a different spin on it because there used to be this thing that Elvis had, right, where he would say TCB, taking care of business. Well, that's what Tommy got that night. So Ray was TCB on Tommy that night. That was it.
Yeah, another knockout I want to talk about. Another knockout I want to talk about. It was a fight between Joe Louis and Buddy Bear. It was brutal.
Ooh.
It was brutal. It was both of the Bear brothers, but I want to say Buddy Bear because Joe Louis beat the hell out of Buddy Bear. One of the most brutal beatings you will ever see. Remember that knockout, fellas?
Yes, yes. You know,
Yeah,
Joe
that Buddy
Louis,
Bear fight was something else. He had him do a 360. Joe Louis hit him so hard that Buddy Bear did a 360. That's a hard punch because Buddy Bear was over 6 feet. Brutal punch, Joe Louis. I mean, this his brother Max Bear. Joe Louis hit him with a triple left hook. That ended it for Max Bear. And Max Bear could take punches. In fact, Max Bear was said to have been the greatest right hand puncher as a heavyweight, one of the greatest of all times.
Yeah, that Max Bear knockout of Primo Canera, he dropped Canera 10 times. He beat the hell out of Primo Canera, who was a bag man for the Mafia. But I would probably say the most brutal beating I ever seen in a boxing ring. This is another knockout. It was brutal. Jack Dempsey versus Jess Willard.
Oh, man. Oh, he broke his eye socket and his ribs, broke his
man, he was
hand.
pulling that guy's teeth out of his gloves, man.
Jess Willard, oh, I mean, he took a beating. He took a beating for 4 rounds. Unbelievable punishment that Jess Willard suffered in that Jack Dempsey fight. Amazing.
Kudos to Jack Johnson knowing exactly what to do with them guys when they decide to get in the ring across from you. Jack Johnson, Joe Louis, Ray Mercer represent. And y'all know what I mean. Represent.
Yeah,
Because anytime you get a chance to put somebody in their place, at the same time punching them in their face, you do it.
Yep.
absolutely, absolutely, man. Because Jack Dempsey, every time Jack Johnson fought somebody, Jack Dempsey was in the rival Johnson's rival, his opponent's corner, talking smack to Jack Johnson and everybody, and he used to tell everybody. You could see him talking, looking over his opponent's shoulder during the clinch, say, "Hey, Mr. Joe, you can come in this ring and I can give you some what I'm giving to him." That's how Jack was. But I want to talk about the Johnson and Ketchel fight where it was like an exhibition and they was told to hold back, but Ketchel couldn't help himself and he decked Johnson. He decked Johnson and Johnson got up and hit him with a right hand so hard, knocked some of his teeth out of his mouth, and he was cleaning his teeth embedded in his boxing glove, and Ketchel was spread eagle on the canvas. Man, I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, that Ketchel fight was something else, man. See, Jack Johnson, a lot of people took Jack Johnson for granted. And they didn't understand the nature of Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson was like a playful type of guy. He just wanted to have a good time. And there was few men in that era they would call the sport, where they would dress up in lapels and have the shoes shining and everything else. And he was that type of guy. But when you steered him wrong and you changed the script on him, he let you have it. And that's exactly what happened with the Stanley Ketchel and Jack Johnson fight. Stanley Ketchel changed the script on him. Jack Johnson said, no, we're not having this. And he took him out. And like Curtis said, he was straight eagle, completely across that canvas. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and I left out Larry Holmes. I didn't mean to leave out Larry Holmes, but Larry Holmes too represent, man. Go in there and do what you got to do and show everybody what's up. I respect all of the fighters that have done that, particularly the heavyweights, because the heavyweight is touted always usually the baddest man on the planet, and let it be known. You know, uh, there were a couple of heavyweight champions that thought that they were the baddest men on the planet. They held titles for a while, Klitschko brothers, and they still found out what the truth was. Huh? With what's his name? I was talking about the brother a while back. Kurt, the guy that stopped Vladimir Klitschko. Uh, when his trainer jumped in the fight and hugged him and stopped the fight
Talking
because
about Layman Brewster?
not Layman Brewster. It was
Corey
before.
Sanders,
Corey Sanders.
No, it was before that.
Ross
What's the guy
Purity,
named Kurt?
Ross Purity.
Ross Purity. Ross Purity represent. Get out there and show him what's up. The trainer had to come in there and save him like a baby because the referee was letting him do his work. And the trainer come in there and said, "Stop it!" And he grabbed his fighter with his towel over his shoulder and he hugged him. My baby. Get that baby out the ring. Get him out of the ring for Ross Purity kill him. That's what I'm saying. I love that kind of stuff, man. I love it.
Yeah, me too. I want to say this before we go back on topic. How can you consider Vladimir Klitschko a top 10 great when he got knocked out by Layman Brewster, Corey Sanders, and Ross Purity? How? How? That's not Muhammad Ali, Larry Holmes, and Joe Louis. Once again, he has losses to Layman Brewster, Corey Sanders, and Ross Purity. And people want to put him in the top 10. Man, get out of here.
Damn
I
right.
agree, brother. I agree. You can't call somebody a top 10 that lost to the level of opposition that he lost to, and in the fashion and how he lost to him. No, you can't.
Yeah. Oh, and Michael Spinks too. Thank you, Michael Spinks, for representing. Uh, it's like I'm just saying, man. For all of these people that they want to see things a certain kind of way. This is why the fighters out there, the real fighters, they do what they have to do, man. They take these guys out. These knockouts that we talking about, that's exactly what it's about. You go in there and put your stamp of approval on this. I reject this challenge. Boom, and you show them exactly why. Huh? That's what you do. You get in there and you show them physically. Because
Yep.
is talking, huh? But fist to mouth is a whole different thing.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
George Foreman, he actually let Jerry Cooney know exactly who's supposed to be in that ring. He showed him.
Did you see Cooney when he hit the canvas? He looked like he had fell out of a car or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he fell sideways and his butt
Yeah,
was in the air. Yeah.
he looked like how you take a hammer and you putting a nail in the wood. That first hit to drive it into the wood, then you're gonna later smash it in. But that first one that you want to make sure that it goes in, boom. That's how Cooney hit the canvas. He was nailed to the
yeah, he
canvas.
was doing a swan dive. He was doing a side swan dive off a
Yeah,
diving board.
that was revenge for Ken Norton right there. That was revenge for Ken Norton. That, that's what you get. Oh, you think you're a bad man because you took on a guy who never was good against punches anyway. Did you see what George Foreman did to Ken Norton? I mean, come on. Huh?
Oh my God.
And then he thought He thought, well, I'll get in there with George, and he from that era. I'll take care of him. Sorry, sorry. That was the real George Foreman that night. And then, matter of fact, George said that's the night his power came back in his second career. I don't think his power came back that night. I think that's when George decided to stop playing around with people because he realized when Cooney hit him with a certain left hook early on, oh, he gonna try to knock me out. See, that was that age and experience coming back right there, which Cooney didn't have no knowledge of. Huh? And a guy who could fight back and a guy who can take you out too. You
That's
know,
Yeah, I
correct.
think
Because
that was. No, I'm sorry, brother. I was just
no,
going
go
to say,
ahead, Scott.
I think that was his first legitimate, or I should say, big name opponent. Because remember, Bigfoot Martin was the first man to go the distance with George Foreman when he came back. And so, he had a point to prove. And boy, did he prove it.
yeah, absolutely. Because Cooney was going to try to knock him out. Cooney thought he was going to make his name and come back on George Foreman. He thought so. And understand this, the promotion and everything, that was all fine. The Battle of the Ages, that's what it was called, right? But when Cooney threw this certain left hook in the fight early on, George stumbled a little bit because he caught him. And he was like, George, George is, you could see his mind calculating, saying, oh, this sucker trying to knock me out. So George had something for him then. The same punch that knocked out Michael Moore, meaning that right hand that George had. A lot of people talk about George's left jab. He had like telephone pole left jab. And some people saw him knock out Michael Moore. They actually have, they're gullible enough to believe that it was a lucky punch that George hit Moore with, and it wasn't really that much of a punch, and that Moore could have got up and all of this and all of that. Let me tell you something. In the movie Ali, a certain part of reality was recreated, and that was when they were in Africa, and George was in the gym hitting that bag, and that bag had that C line in it from George punching it. It was a total indentation, a heavy bag. That was George Foreman's power. And the thing about it is, anybody think that Michael Moore could have got up from that shot, you need to do a reevaluation on your psychological profile, because that man got hit with a straight right hand that followed a blinding jab that he threw with total technique and executed perfectly, as far as when you call it a straight right hand, because you could throw looping right hands, you could throw right hooks, but when you going straight down the line, he hit that dude with a 1-2 on his chin, just like when Deontay Wilder dropped Bermain Stavern in their rematch. That 1-2 that Wilder threw through Stavern's guard that knocked him out, that it's the same thing. But George hit Michael Moore on the chin, and Michael Moore didn't have the sternest of chins to begin with. So when he hit that guy, I think it was 18 stitches it took to seal his mouth up from the cut that it caused, and the blood welled up in his mouth immediately, and Moore laid on that canvas looking up at the lights. He didn't know where he was.
Yep.
That's the real
Yep.
deal.
True.
He hit that. It was a see. People don't understand boxing. That right hand hit Moore is the one he didn't see coming, and it was short, and George had his weight behind it because he hit Moore on top of the head with a 1-2, and it hurt Moore. Moore took a little step back, and what Foreman did, he threw the same 1-2, but it was on the chin instead of the forehead, and that's what got Moore out of there. That was a beautiful knockout, man, because he threw that blinding jab and he threw that short right, and it was right on the chin, and Moore felt like he was in slow motion.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
to this day, Michael Moore refuses to believe he was being set up for that punch. He thinks it was just luck, pure luck. See, George Foreman is old school. George Foreman, even when you listen to him as an announcer, he does understand, fully understand. And that's what a lot of people took for granted for George Foreman because of his age, his size. They thought he didn't understand boxing. But George Foreman understands boxing. He set him up perfectly, like Curtis said. He set him up First he threw a combination, and then it was on the forehead. So the next one was a blinding jab, and it came right behind with a short right hand, same right hand that Joe Louis throws. It was a beautiful punch. That's what it was.
I like to offer something else about this, guys, and I'll take a moment to explain what I mean. In that fight, George Foreman, who had fought the likes of Joe Frazier, Ali, Ron Lyle, Ken Norton, you know, good fighters, right? Great fighters. And he knew that Michael Moore was none of those. Okay, he knew this. But Michael Moore, who had the title that he won from Evander Holyfield, George Foreman would later say this, and people like they him and they haw about it. But George said, I knew if I knocked him down early that he'll get up and he'll run away from me the rest of the fight. Remember, Tommy Morrison did that. Tommy Morrison would throw flurry and run away from George. Throw flurry and run away. He did that the whole fight. That's how he survived. Well, Michael Moore wasn't that intelligent. And George said, I knew if I hit him and knock him down early, he'd get up and run from me. So George baited Michael Moore in to a fight that he knew that the guy don't listen, just like Danny Jacobs don't listen to his corner. Michael Moore didn't listen to Teddy Atlas. George was sitting ringside when Teddy Atlas was trying to ride him like a jockey to beat Evander Holyfield on a night when Evander Holyfield had something wrong with him and Moore wouldn't hardly fight and punch. So George understood the psychology of Michael Moore. He gave Moore everything Moore could ask for in being able to stand within punching range. Because he wasn't hurting George. He was beating George's face up, his swelling up and everything. But George was never in danger of being KO'd by Michael Moore at all. And the funny thing was, in the middle rounds, when Moore began to jab and step away, what George began to do was throw these wide sweeping left hooks. Because Moore, who was supposed to be moving to his right, away from George's right hand, was moving to George's left, or Moore's left. And what he was doing, because Moore being a southpaw, George would throw the sweeping left hook to bring Moore over there around that side to the right hand. And he was like Kurt just said a moment ago, he throw a right hand high, he would even loop the right hand. And Moore would dip under it, dip forward, and let the right hand go over his shoulder. So this was all tactical, okay? Anybody that knows boxing, you're talking about a boxing coach or whatever, they know exactly what I'm talking about. When George was intentionally throwing throwaway punches to put Michael Moore in a position where he could catch him, the wide left hook, bring him around toward the right hand. The overhand right, which he would dip because Moore had a high guard, gloves up high, that peekaboo type thing, where he would dip forward. Now you're in range where the jab can touch you. So you throw it high on top of the head. Okay, he's going to step back, but next time he might try to dip down low and slip it by ducking under it. He throw the 1-2, the second right hand comes right down the middle, lower, right on the chin, knocks the guy out. Now people talk about, oh, his lucky punch, George is, he threw a punch of the century, this and that. It wasn't a 1 in a million shot. He set the guy up the whole time. The whole time. Go back and watch the fight. You'll see what is it. You could see how it was going. And because Moore wasn't listening to his corner, it made it even easier for George. Because if Moore had listened to his corner, George would have had to do some other things and take a few more risks and come outside of himself to get a KO. But Moore's defiance and not listening to his corner made it such a easy tactic for George to be successful. What do you guys think?
Definitely,
Yeah.
man. Go ahead, Scrap.
Now, I'm just going to say, yes, that's true. Everything you said, Stormy, is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And this is what happens. I mentioned it a lot of times. You have fighters who they lose focus in a fight, and they don't listen to their corner. They don't listen when they get into a certain zone. Call it a panic zone. They don't know how to respond from that, and they get off script. So now, when their corner is trying to remind them of something, they don't want to be bothered with that because they don't think the corner is understanding what's happening in the ring like he does. So he starts to go off and do something else. And George Foreman totally understands that. And so he set him up perfectly. And Michael Moore just has to understand that. That's just the way the game is played. It's a psychological game. So absolutely correct.
See, fighters, the thing you heard me earlier use analogies between baseball and boxing. You know, in baseball, pitchers, they have throwaway pitches. You understand? Where they try to bait a batter into responding to something. And it may not happen at the first at bat or whatever, but it happens as the game goes on and it progresses because well, you know you're going to face that batter again, right? So it's like you see what he bites on or whatever. Experienced fighters have punches in their arsenal that they could use. It's called a throwaway punch. It's a punch that you're throwing out there to get a certain reaction to. Okay. And when you see what that reaction is, it can set you up for something that you really want to do to the opponent. Now, inexperienced fighters have no clue about this. They don't. Guys who knocking people out, going through the rankings and all of that. And yeah, I've knocked out 25 in a row. Huh? And you get in there and this one guy, he's got this slapping punch that he hits you with. And you're like, man, that ain't nothing. That's a slap. And then all of a sudden he put some heat on it and you shook up and you're in trouble because he baited you. You understand? That's the same thing as a throwaway pitch in baseball. Fighters can do that. Throw a looping shot, throw a winging shot, throw something to see how you react and respond. And then they can begin to be more calculating. Terrence Crawford is a master of that. I've seen him do it on a regular basis. There are some other fighters through history who have done that. Marvin Hagler was a guy who would do that. Marvin Hagler had this thing where he would jab you at the top of your head. I don't know if a lot of guys recognize that or not, but Hagler had a jab. He'd throw at the top of your head. He wasn't trying to jab you in the eye or in the chin. He'd throw it at the top of your head. Because guess what? As a southpaw, when he throw that jab at the top of your head like that, eventually you'll start to duck under that. Okay? And then the 1-2 is coming right down the line, that straight left, hitting you right in your chops. You seen that, Kurt?
Oh yeah, I'm safe to say that being in the gym and watching fights for 45 years, I know a lot of tricks and been taught by certain people, and just observing boxing and looking at fight film. Ezra Charles. That's why James Toney loved Ezra Charles. He knew a lot of tricks. Mike McCallum and James Toney, if you watch that first fight, they will show you a lot of tricks. This is a little off topic. I seen Floyd Mayweather against Canelo tap both of his gloves with the same hand and hit Canelo with the jab. He touched both of his gloves to keep him occupied and to blind you. I seen fighters, put their glove on the side of the opponent's neck or shoulder blades to control him and come across with a right hand. I done seen that. I done seen Ali, use his weight and put his forearm around your neck and walk you around to drain your strength. So I pretty know the tricks of boxing. These are the little things that to the naked eye it may escape, but somebody who knows the sport, little subtleties, about boxing, it makes a difference. James Toney did it a lot. Those intelligent fighters. When Foreman knocked out Moore, he tried to move him over to get him in a certain spot, and Ted Atlas saw that. He was telling George to move to his right, not his left. Moving to your left, you're moving into the power of George Foreman. And he was trying to tell him, but Moore didn't listen, like you said, Stormy. And Foreman became a very wily fighter. and that's why he hit him on top of the head, backed him up, and then that wasn't by luck. Moore get mad. He yelling, he was like, that was luck. And Foreman's like, nah, that wasn't luck. Foreman knew what he was doing. He didn't fear Moore. He fought better fighters, like Scrap said. So that jab, that blinding jab, and then that short right hand, that was the coup de grace. That was the good night, Irene.
Yeah, if you study Archie Moore, there's a lot of fighters that'll show you. You really pay attention to what they're doing. Joe Walcott, they knew how to set you up with foot movement, with little feints. They knew how to, just erky jerk movements to put you in a position. That's how Archie Moore was able to drop Rocky Marciano. Marciano never even knew he was being set up. Of course, it worked out for Marciano in the ninth round in the long run, but these are just little things that you learn from the old school fighters, how to set a man up. Very important, especially in distance fights.
Absolutely. And I want to say another setup was Zuma Nelson and Jeff Finnick too. Where he was against the ropes and Finnick, became defensive unresponsible, and Freddie Pacheco, the announcer at the time, was like, Zuma setting him up. Watch the left hook from Zuma. And Zuma was against the ropes, and he hit Finnick and a minute later, he hit Finnick with that same left hook that Pacheco was warning us about, and he got Finnick out of there. These are intelligent fighters. Boxing is a very, very beautiful sport. You will see brutal knockouts, but you will also see knockouts where the guy was set up, and to this day, he wouldn't even know.
Yeah. Also, another setup knockout that I would like to bring in, Lennox Lewis and Michael Grant. Michael Grant was touted as a young up and coming heavyweight, that he was young, he was strong, he had a nice physique or whatever, but he wasn't seasoned enough. He wasn't, and they threw him in there with Lennox Lewis. And I remember as I watched the fight unfold, Grant had this terrible habit of falling in with his punches, and Lewis, who was basically of equal height and everything, recognized this right away, and he started leaning on Grant, pushing him down, draining his strength, like Kurt said Ali would do to people, but also setting him up for what eventually will be the knockout, because Grant would fall in behind anything he would throw and miss, and he would find himself under Lewis's shoulders and armpit, and Lewis began to push him down, and eventually what happened is he caught a devastating uppercut from Lewis being down low, which a big man like that should never be down there like that. And Lewis hit him with this uppercut. It was actually a legal punch because he held his head while he hit him, but he got away with it. Protect yourself at all times. And he got hit with that uppercut and then knocked Michael Grant out. But it was Michael Grant's fault that he got knocked out the way he did, because he couldn't box. He wasn't on the same level as Lennox as a boxer, and he did the silly things that experienced fighters would not do. And he put himself in that position. He never saw the knockout coming. And I remember the very first time, because it happened late in the first round, when he went down under Lewis's shoulders and Lewis had him, I said, man, this guy's going to get knocked out, because he didn't know what to do. And it was a devastating knockout, a great knockout for Lennox Lewis, and a great moment of back to the drawing board for Michael Grant, who never really learned anything going forward after that. So it's just one of those things that you can see happen in boxing.
Yeah, I was at that fight at the Garden, and I saw exactly what you're explaining, Stormy. You're absolutely right. See, Michael Grant was the best man for Evander Holyfield at his wedding. He was a very good friend of his. And I think he was kind of groomed a little early. He had contacts, connections, and so on and so forth. But he didn't really learn his craft the right way, because he was falling for the basics. He was falling for a lot of old tricks, that basic tricks that you're supposed to know when you get to that level of the game. And Lennox Lewis, I mean, he was a fighter who was groomed by Emmanuel Stewart later on in his career. But for him to show you those tricks and you fall for it, and I mean that in respect, it goes to show that you still got to go back to school and you really have to learn your craft. And unfortunate for Michael Grant, they really pushed him a little too early. He wasn't seasoned enough. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. And Lennox Lewis made another heavyweight pay in the same way. Razor Ruddock. Razor Ruddock had this terrible habit, and a lot of people didn't know, but it exposed against certain fighters. He did it against Mike Weaver. He did it against Bone Crusher Smith. He did it against several fighters that he had fought way before he faced Lennox Lewis. He would dip down unnecessarily. And when he faced Lennox Lewis, in the first round of their fight, Ruddock did that dip down, and it was almost like Lennox was praying that he would do it. And as soon as he dipped down like that, Lennox Lewis hit him with the fastest right hand I ever saw Lennox throw. And it completely it knocked Razor Ruddock down, but his legs did a jump stutter step and he hit the canvas because it was just a few seconds before the end of the first round. He caught him with that right hand and it almost knocked Razor Ruddock's head off his body. And then he went on in the second round because he never really recovered for that and he stopped him. But that was one of those things where you train, you watch a guy make his mistakes, and you be ready to capitalize on it. Exactly like when Evander Holyfield knew that Buster Douglas used to like to throw an uppercut from too far out. And he threw that uppercut against Holyfield, and Holyfield nailed him with a counter right hand and dropped him. That's what happens when fighters, when you see that type of execution, you know that the guys have studied their film, they study, and their trainers had them prepared 100%. Do you guys agree with that?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep.
I agree wholeheartedly, man. It's about precision and execution, subtleties, variations. Boxing is like open heart surgery, man. You got to be steady. You got to execute, and you got to be precise at what you're doing. You set your guys up, man. That's why James Toney's and the Mike McCallum's. It reminded me so much when Ezra Charles for Jersey Joe Walcott. Those four guys right there, you could put them in the same pot, man, and make good stew because they was cut from that cloth. All great fighters, they knew every trick in the book, man. So you had to outthink them.
Yeah, Sugar Ray Robinson, when he faced Fritzy Zivik, he said after facing Fritzy Zivik, he learned and understood boxing because Fritzy Zivik knew all the tricks of the game. And he was in there with Zivik several times. And he said he learned boxing from facing Fritzy Zivik.
Yeah. I'm going to take it back to the chat a little moment because we've been cooking pretty good, but I don't want the people to think that we forgot about them. J.A. Dixon, he's laughing out loud. He said, "Get that baby out of the ring." We're talking about Ross Purdy and Vladimir Klitschko. The Underrated Darkness says they don't know boxing. Cypher Supreme TV says Ross Purdy is a global icon.
Yeah.
Hustler Slim says, Three Wisemen, can y'all speak on the Benny Kid Perrette versus Emil Griffith KO? I've seen the highlights. Wow. The Underrated Darkness says there are some people saying that he's better than Lennox Lewis. They don't know what they're talking about. J.A. Dixon says, who had the best body shot stoppages? The Underrated Darkness, Cypher Supreme TV salute. The Underrated Darkness, J.A. Dixon salute. Cypher Supreme TV says Roy Jones, Mike McCallum, Bernard Hopkins to me, speaking about the body shot knockouts at J.A. Dixon. Gigi says McCallum versus Curry. Cypher Supreme TV says Underrated Darkness, salute family. Sheldon Holmes, in my opinion, George Foreman was better as an older fighter. I agree. The Underrated Darkness says, y'all remember what George Foreman was talking about the fight? I guess Moore said he earlier rounds, he just missed that right hand. And when he took his time, good night. Broderick Hunter says, don't remind Detroiters of that fight. Moore had that fight won and was dumb enough to stand in front of George. Sheldon Holmes also says, Mr. Broderick Hunter, yes, he got cute. The Underrated Darkness says, Broderick Hunter, salute. Broderick Hunter, exactly. Sheldon Holmes, boy, were we disappointed. The Underrated Darkness says, George Foreman bait him with intelligence and ring smarts. Broderick Hunter says, the Underrated Darkness, salute my brother. Broderick Hunter also says, bait and switch. Sheldon Holmes says, Michael Grant Chin wasn't shit. Lala D says, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sister Lala D. Thanks for joining us. The Three Wise Men of Boxing. Good to see you out there. She says she's driving. Broderick Hunter says, retirement years can be brutal for some fighters, though. The downside of the sport, unfortunately. And Broderick Hunter says, salute Lala D. And Lala D says, Broderick Hunter, salute. So, yeah, guys, that Benny Kid Perret and Emil Griffin knockout. You guys got something to say about that?
Yeah, it was brutal, man. And unfortunately for Perret, he lost his life. But the storyline, he said a slur, questioning Griffin's sexuality, man, and he paid for it. Unfortunately, in boxing, man, you don't give a good fighter or a great fighter ammunition. And when you said something bad about him, man, he's in there to knock your head off and humiliate you. And unfortunately, Perret, it was a brutal KO. Perret, never recovered, and he passed.
Yeah, Mel Griffin and Benny Kid Perret, that second fight in 1962. I'm sorry, the third fight was something else. Because what you got to understand with Perret, the Cuban fighter, he didn't speak English. He spoke a little broken English. And he was a playful kind of a guy. That's really what he was. He was just one of them guys that liked to joke around a lot. And Emil Griffin was caught coming out of one of the review spots. And someone spotted him. And he said he thought it was, he went into the wrong one. So when he got into the ring, you know how all of the fighters get into the ring before a fight? Back in the days, they used to do that. Because the Garden was right off of 50th Street. And he was on like 47th Street or something like that. So right next to him, you had Benny Kid Perret. And Benny Kid Perret kept on heckling him while he was standing there. They were just showing respect to the next fighters. They all had their suits on. So it got out of hand. And they had fought twice already. So when they were on a scale preparing for their third fight, that's when Perret really started getting out of control with the slurs, calling him a mighty gone and so on and so forth. And what happened when they got into the ring, Benny Kid Perret had hit him with a right hand and Griffin went down. If it wasn't for the belt, Griffin would have been knocked out. So when he got back to the corner, Gil Clancy reminded him of the slurs that he was being called, just to try to get him motivated. And when that bell rang for him to get back out to Benny Kid Perret, he took him right to the ropes. And when he took him to the ropes, he hit him with combinations and he took him to the corner. Now, back then, the poles didn't have paddings. It was only poles. They didn't have a padding. They put the paddings after that fight in 62. And Perret had hit his head, the back of his head on the poles, really what happened. And he finished it off with about 26 combinations of a punch. It was unbelievable. And it was at that point when the NBA went out of business. And here comes the WBA, because what happened, Gillette Razor, the sponsors for television rights, everybody was saying what's going on here because that fight was on television. So all of a sudden they started pulling out. They had no sponsorships. So the NBA was gone and the WBA came in. And they, everything just started going haywire. And it took about 9 years, maybe 9 to 10 years before they got that thing right. And Suleiman came in. But that's basically what happened. It was just one of those kind of a rage that Griffin had because he was woken up by, Gil Clancy. He told him, look, remember what he said to you. And he opened up on him and he put him out. It's just one of them things, unfortunate.
Yes, sir. Want to say shout out to Lawrence Williams, who's just joined us. What's good, Lawrence? Guys, when people ask these questions about certain fights and everything, it's it's interesting because I guess if someone doesn't have a source or a person of experience that can share, like what Scrapbook was able to recollect, and also what Kurt was able to recollect, that's what this show is for, and that's what it's about. I just want you guys to clearly understand that, because these are men who have had hands-on experience, whether they attended the fights actually or have so much source material to rely upon and share with you. That's what I want you all to get and understand. It's one of the main reasons why the Three Wise Men Boxing Show is here. Is for to interact with you, so you can ask these questions, get the information, because the information is there to be shared. And I just want to say that I'm kind of like a facilitator here, but these two men really know that part of the sport. I know the technical parts as far as the strategies, the technique of boxing and things like that. That's my forte. But these gentlemen have a wealth of information. So never ever think that there's going to be a foolish question, because they can provide answers to you. And if they don't have an answer, I'm sure they can point you in the directions of where to obtain the answers. So understand that. And please smash that like button if you haven't done so already, to give the support and love and show that for this show and the content that the brothers are giving out there. So there was another comment that was made. I'm trying to find it. It was about the body shots. Who do you think had some of the best body shot knockouts in the sport, fellas?
Oh man, Mickey Ward. I remember he was fighting a guy named Alfonso Sanchez. It was an old fight. He was down 8 rounds to 0, and one left hook to the body, man. Sanchez couldn't get up. He knocked down Gaddy with a body shot. Young Mike Tyson. People used to urinate blood a month after the fight. Tyrell Biggs and Razor Ruddock. Mike McCollum. They call him the body snatcher. You know, some certain fighters got knocked out with body shots. A la Roy Jones and Virgil Hill. But the body shots, the old school fighters design the body shots to weaken you, so they can take your strength away and stop your movement. Then they'll start throwing shots to the head. You know. But Mickey Ward was one of them. Mike McCollum was another one. Toro Gaddy, when he knocked out Leonard Doreen. Yeah, I remember that was a brutal body shot, man. When Mike Tyson dropped Spinks, Biggs, when he said he was making little woman noises, and, Razor Ruddock, to the body. Uh, uh, when Tyson started in '85, he knocked a couple of people out with body shots, obscure fighters, So a young Mike Tyson, was a very brutal body puncher. And, so was Mike McCallum. I seen Roberto Duran break Davey Moore down, with body shots. That was in '83. As a junior middleweight, he thumbed more than he went to the body. And but me and my father was watching the fights, and that's how he got Moore out of there. He beat the hell out of Moore. He was a very good body puncher. One of Duran's best fights when he went to the body was against Carlos Palomino. So there was a plethora of great body punchers. What do you say, Scrap?
I have to agree 100%, man. Those are some good examples. Shout out to my sister Lala D, by the way. I got to tell you something. Joe Louis, he had an old saying, kill the body and the head it die. He was a master at the body punch. A master at the body punch, because his body punches were completely different. Like I said, Joe Louis threw short punches, and Curtis and I know, the 6-inch punches. But his punches, he never moved his hand. Wherever his hand was, that's where he threw the punch. And he put his entire body behind the punch. And he had a beautiful, beautiful body punch combination that he used to throw. He would throw to the body, and he would come up with the opposite hand to the head. And then he would turn that opposite hand into a hook. But the body punches of Joe Louis, full respect to him. Believe it or not, Pernell Whitaker was a very good body puncher, especially early on in his career. Devastating body puncher. He knew where to punch you to the body. And that's very important. You had some really good body punches. Joe Frazier, very good body puncher. Everything was short. Everything was where the hand was. That's how you throw a body punch. You don't have to wind up. You don't have to swing wide. It's right where the hand is. The key to it is twisting your hips. Your left hip, if you're a left hooker, your left hip should be in a position of the belly button of that fighter by the time that punch is delivered. That's the proper way to throw a body punch. And you throw up. You try to hit the lower rib and bring the rib to the fifth rib. You try to break the rib completely in half. That's the mindset of a body puncher. And when you do that, you're going to hear air come out. You're going to hear the man whisk. Once you hear him whip, he's supposed to be knocked out because most of his oxygen in his head starts to flow. So all you got to do is come back with a hook and he's gone. That's the proper way to throw a body punch. But Joe Louis was a master at it. Pernell Whitaker was a very good body puncher. Joe Frazier, very, very good body puncher because they wore you down. Henry Armstrong, another outstanding body puncher. Sugar Ray Robinson knew how to throw to the body. He used to throw to the kidneys when that was legal. But he was an outstanding body puncher. But you had a lot of good ones out there.
Yes, sir. Hey, guys, I got a knockout for you. I thought about it as soon as Kurt mentioned Mickey Ward. How about this? Arturo Gatti and I believe, was it Wilfredo Rodriguez?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dude, that was a
I know
great
that fight personally.
Yeah, that was a great fight and a great ending to a great fight. Am I correct in Wilfredo Rodriguez?
No,
Right?
Wilson Rodriguez. Wilson Rodriguez.
Yeah, Wilson.
Yeah,
I
with
said
Rodriguez.
Wilfredo. Yeah, Wilson Rodriguez. What a fight, guys! What a fight!
Yeah, I was there ringside. In fact, it was funny because right before that, I believe it was before or after that fight is when he did the same thing with Rafael Ruelas. I believe it was Rafael Ruelas. He was behind on the cards and in Atlantic City, and all of a sudden, his eye was swollen and everything. He just came, but it wasn't a body punch with Ruelas, but with, as a matter of fact, let me just take it back one more with the Rodriguez. I remember them two sparring together in Gleason's gym. Gotti and Rodriguez, both of them guys were sparring. And he did the same thing to him in the sparring session. So when they did it at the fight, I was basically ringside. He did the exact same thing. It was amazing. The things you see, I'll tell you, is something else. But yeah, that was a really good one.
Okay, we're going to take it to the chat real quick again because we got some good ones coming in. Since Lawrence Williams joined us, he says, as Stormy B Man, I have a question for you in the panel that's going to make y'all think hard about it. He said, name 5 former heavyweight champs that have never been stopped during their career.
Well, 3 is Dempsey, Tony Marciano. I'll come up with the other 2.
All right.
Yeah, George Foreman was knocked down, obviously in '74 with Muhammad Ali. So you would consider that a knockout. It's more fatigue, but yeah, it was a knockout. It's on his record. But I gotta think of the other 2. Curtis hit the other 3 right off the back. I would like to say, you said champions or just heavyweights?
Heavyweight champions who were never stopped in their career.
Dempsey, Tony Marciano. Let me see.
Muhammad Ali by Larry Holmes. That was stopped for him.
It would probably be one of the heavyweights of
Deontay Wilder. Is this question? I'm trying to see where this question is going. Obviously, Deontay Wilder hasn't been stopped.
No. Former champs.
Okay.
Former heavyweight champs that would never.
5
of them.
Right.
It would probably be a couple of guys in the 80s because when those belts were there and the titles were being stripped from people and stuff like that, it might be someone in the 80s that was on the opposite side of Larry Holmes. Larry Holmes had the WBC for a while, then he abdicated that and went with the IBF.
I think all those guys were stopped. Greg Page, was he stopped? Greg Page?
As a champion, was he stopped? I'm not sure.
He could be one of them.
I don't think Greg Page was stopped as a champion. Then you had Michael Dokes, you had Tim Witherspoon, um, but Tim
All those
Witherspoon
guys were
was
stopped
stopped.
because Greg Page, he said former champions, but they didn't. They, it didn't matter. They had the belt when they were stopped, former champions. So I know what he's saying. Greg Page was stopped by Razor Ruddock.
Okay, so is he saying even when you didn't have the belt, but you just happened to be champion before you got stopped or after you got stopped?
Right.
Yeah, Lawrence Williams, can you clarify specifically what you're trying to ask? That way,
Yeah,
the
that's
guy,
what I'm having problems with.
yeah,
Yeah.
that way the guys can answer the question more directly. And in the meantime, Lala D says, can you guys talk about the gloves? I've always been interested in why boxers choose certain gloves or glove brands when the reasons are other than promotional purpose.
Yeah, well, I could say, Curtis, I'm sorry, you were going to jump in?
No, no, go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
after you, brother.
yeah, the Everlast gloves, that's more of the boxer's gloves. The raised gloves, more the punchy gloves. They had the horsehair. You have the certain kind of padding, is less padding, and it was more of a puncher's glove. So you would have Mike Tyson and guys who were punchers would rather have raised gloves if they could. And the boxers like a Mayweather and others would like to have the Everlast gloves. Now they have different brands, but those are the two types of glove that were basically chosen for boxers and punchers.
And which one is the horsehair brand? Because I hear my man Ack Reacher talking about the horsehairs all the time, and he's like a fan of that. It's supposed to be a glove for the punchers. It's like you get a certain
Yeah, the
kind of effect.
raised gloves, raised.
Riz, okay, yeah. I for some reason, um, Tyson didn't like to wear the puncher's gloves for whatever reason. I thought that was kind of interesting with he being a puncher, so called, right? But he didn't want them for his fights. I guess he didn't want the other guy to have puncher's gloves on against him. Maybe he was worried
That is
about and
true.
fearful of cuts or something. I don't know. It was just an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that's very true. That is true.
Yeah, they got them MX Everlast gloves. They got regular Everlast gloves and MX gloves or something like that, which are puncher gloves. But I love the Reyes gloves. They are puncher gloves. Floyd used to wear the winning gloves because they protected his hands, so he had no choice.
Yeah, and I was going to say that about certain fighters who have brittle hands. There are certain gloves that are designed and made to uh to hold a fighter's hands, a certain kind of way because you have all these small bones that are in your hands. And if you got great hand wrapper, there are certain people who are specialists at hand wraps, right? And it's like the better the person that can wrap your hands, the safer it is to keep your hands, in a fight. And Emmanuel Stewart was really good at wrapping hands. There are a few coaches and trainers out there who take extreme pride in wrapping your hands. I know my former mentor, Eddie Davis. He used to like to really wrap his fighters' hands. It was an art to that. He showed me how to do it, but I would when I would wrap fighters' hands for the tournaments and stuff like that. I was always a little nervous about it because I wanted to do it the correct way, and I wanted to make certain that the guys their hands were protected because your hands is your craft, and it's like that's very important. But I see that Mayweather, as he advanced in his career, he got better. So he must have had a specialist come in and start wrapping his hands in that last quarter of his career because the hands didn't bother him as much as they did early on.
Well, the key to wrapping the hands, you have to cross the knuckle, but you have to do it legally. There's a way to do it where you're not actually making a knot to the knuckle, but you have to cross the knuckle, and that locks in the metacarpals. Especially if you have guys with brutal hands, hands that are very sensitive. You have to be able to cross over that knuckle in a way where it's not illegal, but at the same time, it locks in the metacarpals. That's really the key to wrapping a hand.
Okay, now we have a response from Lawrence Williams. He says, "Here's my 5 former heavyweight champs that never been stopped."
No, but
Tony,
he didn't tell us what he meant before he gives that. He never told us what he meant.
let me read the
That's the,
names off. He said
go ahead.
Tony, Marciano, Bo, Valuev, and Ibragimov. He said Dempsey was stopped by Fireman Flynn. So he says Tony, Marciano, Bo, Valuev, and Ibragimov.
Yeah,
Man,
Marciano,
hell with
he's correct on
Valuev and
Marciano, absolutely.
Ibragimov. Them ain't no damn heavyweight champions. Get out of here with that mess, man. Forget them guys. They were titleists. Huh? They were titleists. They ain't fight no real good fighters, man. And you want to try to throw Holyfield in there, who's my favorite fighter. Holyfield was 50 years old when he got in there with that dude, man. And he still won the fight and they took it away from him at the age of 50. So, no. Sit down, Lawrence Williams.
All love,
No, but
Lawrence.
seriously, man, I'm kidding with that. But no, I don't look at Valuev and Ibragimov. Those guys, I'm sorry, I'm not giving them the credit, man. I'm not giving them that credit. But Tony Marciano, yeah, Marciano, we all know he retired undefeated. He hadn't lost a fight. He got out of there before Floyd Patterson can get a hold of him. So yeah. You guys went there. You got something to say or
Yeah, well,
Oh,
hey,
my
running out of
bad, my bad.
steam?
let's continue. Let's continue with the knockouts. One of the greatest knockouts that I've seen was with Ray Robinson and Gene Foreman. I think that was one of the most textbook knockouts that you can ever see because the way he knocked him out and the way he did, how he set him up for the knockout. Beautiful, beautiful knockout. Oh, man, unbelievable.
Yeah, man, that was probably the perfect punch, man. Gene Fullmer was strong as I don't know what, man. And Ray Robinson, it's kind of funny, man, because the way Oscar De La Hoya knocked out Vargas, I said immediately, I was watching that fight with a bunch of friends. I said, he threw a Sugar Ray Robinson hook, man. You know, that's exactly what it reminded me of, man. That hook by Sugar Ray Robinson. Gene Fullmer. Another Sugar Ray Robinson knockout was against Rocky Graciano, where he knocked Ray down and Ray got up and threw a beautiful combination, ended it with the right hand, and Graciano mouthpiece flew like 3 feet up in the air. Brutal, brutal. Man, Robinson could punch.
Yeah, Graziano had no feeling in his legs until he got back to the locker room. He still didn't have any feeling. All the feeling, it was almost as though his spine had collapsed because his L6 was not working. His leg was completely numb. He had no feeling in the leg. That is amazing because when Robinson hit him with the right hand, his head jerked back so far that it messed his disc up, and his left leg had no feeling. It was almost as though he had drop foot. It's incredible, that punch.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Another knockout I want to talk about is Pernell Whitaker. Once again, it's funny, he's not a puncher, but we talk about his knockouts. He fought a guy by the name of Juan Nazario. Remember that knockout? That was a strange knockout because it was a delayed reaction.
I was there in
That
the
kind
first
of
round when that
reminded me of
happened in Nevada. Unbelievable. I think that was the main event. The undercard was Camacho and I think it was Jimmy Montoya was the trainer. What's this guy's name? Camacho was on that card, and also I think Mildred Taylor fought Primo Ramos, if I'm correct. And they held Primo Ramos off to jail because they was looking for him. It was a television fight. But yeah, that fight right there was unbelievable. First round knockout. And Pernell Whitaker wasn't really known as a knockout puncher, but that's how he collected the last belt. I think it was, what was it, the WBA? And then he became unified.
yeah, absolutely. And that knockout reminded me so much of Nunn's knockout of Sambu Kalumbe. It was similar, quite similar. And both
Yeah, because
southpaws, by the way, both men being southpaws, by the way.
that
They
is
got to
correct.
those guys before those guys could even get warmed up and cooking. It was amazing.
Yeah, because Pernell Whitaker was supposed to fight Edwin Rosario. He was at the fight at the Garden when Nazario knocked out Rosario. Nazario. Nazario knocked out Edwin Rosario at the Garden, and Pernell Whitaker was there ready to sign the contract. And so he had to fight Nazario because the title switched hands. And that first round knockout was beautiful. Straight left hand right down the pipe. And down and out he went.
It just
Yep.
goes to show you know when you can box, when you got great technique and everything. And Sweet Pea Whitaker had great technique, and that's another thing that is written off about him, because he won every way that you can win, just like James Toney. And those guys are throwbacks. They could talk about this Lomachenko character all they want to, but Pernell Whitaker was a dangerous fighter because of just what you spoke about. He could knock you out with one punch, he could knock you out with a body punch, and he can outpoint you and beat you over distance easily. And that is a dangerous fighter, man. James Toney was the same, just a bigger man. And people don't want to give Sweet Pea Whitaker the credit that he deserves. That man was awesome. He was such a great fighter. Okay, you might not like his personality or whatever, or things that have happened out of the ring and stuff like that, but we're talking about boxing and fighters and knockouts. And Sweet Pea Whitaker could be put up there with the best of them.
Phenomenal fighter was Pernell Whitaker. I met him by the Beacon Theater. I think it was 70 something Street, 75th, whatever it was, on Broadway. And it was just him and me. It was like 7 in the morning. Nobody on the block. And he happened to be coming down. He had on a silk suit. And he had a press conference that he had to go to at a sports bar. And he didn't know where the sports bar was. At that time, you didn't have GPS or anything. And him and I got to talking, and we got in such a good conversation. He said, "The hell with the sports bar. I ain't worried about it." And we just started talking for like almost an hour. It was incredible. But he was something else, Pernell Whitaker.
Yeah, we got a question in the chat from Lala D. She says, Stormy B Man, have you ever seen the video clip where Jack Johnson was beating bums so badly that the cops ordered the cameraman to stop filming because white America wasn't ready for that? And she says she saw it a few times. The film was stopped abruptly. You guys know what she's talking about?
Does she mean Jack Johnson? Does she
Yeah,
mean Jack Johnson?
Jack
yeah,
Johnson,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, with Tommy Burns, yeah, with Tommy Burns. It was really 1908. It was unbelievable. He was chasing him all around the world, and he finally caught up with him in Sydney, Australia. Did Jack Johnson, and the thing was, Tommy Burns demanded $30,000 right off the bat, and that's the only way he would afford him. And he got his $30,000, and he got a butt whooping because I think it was what was it, 14th round, I think it was, and they cut off the camera right before the actual knockout because they
Yep,
didn't want to see a white fighter get knocked out. It
exactly.
was amazing.
Boy, that white America something else, ain't it?
I'm telling you, man. They Jess Willard, that was important too, man, because he was a farmer. They told him to come out of retirement, you have to do it for the white race. And that was even more ugly because they was lynching blacks across America because Johnson beat Willard. They also did a thing like that with Max Mellon. They cut off the radio when Joe was on the verge of knocking Max Mellon out. So they cut the radio broadcast from America. So it's very similar with Lewis Smelling and Jack Johnson and Tommy Burns. So,
Very true.
Yep,
Yes,
yep.
absolutely. Because they have obviously a different time over in Germany, but Hitler ordered it. He said, stop this right away, and they stopped it. And you never got a chance to see. But that's goes to show you, the reality of life. And that's why I tell you, boxing is an entity. If you pay attention to the way boxing is and things that happen around boxing, it's life. It's sad, but it's life.
Well, it's like history repeating itself. When Deontay Wilder knocked out Tyson Fury, the referee did everything but whisper in Fury's ear or give him electroshock treatment to wake him up. Because the dude was out. His eyes was rolled back in his head. The fight's supposed to be over, man. It's supposed to be over.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
count
The
was so
rule is,
long, it was hesitant and everything, and it was like he was praying, "Oh, please get up. Please get up,"
yeah, I'm going to tell you, Stormy, in the chat, I have the rule book in front of me. I have it. I know the rule like the back of my hand. And one of the rules in the medical Article 16, when a man's eyes roll in the back of his head, fight's supposed to be stopped, whether he gets up or
Yeah,
not, because that
absolutely.
is a brain injury.
To
It's a
me,
law.
that's common sense.
Yep. That's just what it is. Whether he gets
Now
up and wins the fight,
listen,
but he should.
I'm gonna put it in proper perspective for everyone out there listening who wants to say, oh, he got up and he finished the fight, he won, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. He got up, he finished the fight, but he goes home and he dies in his sleep that night. Every single person is going to blame Deontay Wilder. He hurt him and he killed him and he this and he that and blah, blah, blah. And all you had to do is say the ref could have stopped the damn fight. You understand?
Yep.
That's simple right there. Right there.
That's the way it
Because it
is.
still could have happened.
It's in the bylaw. Yeah, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. We don't hear about a lot of ring deaths because it's kept undercover. Not the big profile names, but it happens a lot, and it happens, because of that reason. Garcia, when he, when unfortunately he got hit and he got hurt, and I think it was 13 days later they found out that he was, that he died, and it was for that reason. The referee didn't jump in on time on that particular fight.
And I'll tell you
It's
something.
crazy.
Tyson Fury's behavior right now is indicative of somebody who's had some damn brain trauma. We knew he had some screws loose and everything before, but just think about it. Everybody that Deontay has put to sleep is acted kind of strange afterwards. Everybody. And this guy, he getting ready to fight right now. We know he's a buck away from having a full deck. We know that. So it's going to be interesting to see how he behaves going forward. Because he's going to get hit, and he's a very hittable guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Deontay Wilder is a special puncher. It's very rare to see a puncher like that. And you know what's funny? A lot of guys who are slim have, especially guys who have slump shoulders, not so much that Deontay Wilder, but guys who have those slump shoulders. If you look at guys like Robinson, or if you look at guys like Junior Poison Junior Jones, excuse me, a lot of these kind of guys who have that slim build, they're devastating punches. Devastating punches.
Yeah, there's something in the anatomy about those guys.
Tommy Hearns was another one.
Tommy Hearns
had that wiry frame. When that can punch. There was another guy. He was a thin guy that they put him in the ring with Mildred Taylor. Man, they tried to ruin his career. Crisanto Espana, I believe his name is. That's when Mildred Taylor had the leather trunks, and he beat the hell out of Taylor and knocked him out.
Was that Terry Norris that fight? You think, Curtis, with the leather trunk?
He also had black leather trunks against a tall, thin fighter named Crisanto Espana, I believe.
Okay.
I thought when Taylor fought Terry Norris, he had on them trunks that a buddy of mine said he wearing them damn Flintstone Bam Bam trunks.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of those guys, man, they need the fashion police to step in, man, and be like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, there was a time when you can only wear, well, I'm going back, you could only wear black or white, and they had to be boxing trunks. There was none of that skirts and all that other stuff you're wearing now.
I hate them skirt trunks, man. I hate those skirt trunks, man.
I know, man. And I'm sorry. That, right? I like Deontay Wilder, but man, his taste in fashion is up for question, bro. That stuff he came to the ring wearing the night that he fought Fury, I don't know, was that man. Like a moose coat or something? Dude, stop it. Put a robe on, and
nah, man, he looked like he was in drag, man. He looked like he should star in that documentary about them drag queens back in the day called Paris is Burning, man. That's what he looked like.
That was like, come on, man. Don't do that. You know, put a boxing robe on, come in there with your trunks, and be ready to go. All that other stuff, trying to dress like it. The boxing is the theater of the unexpected alone. We don't need all of that kind of stuff. Leave that stuff at home. Leave it in the garbage can. You know, it's like we don't need that, man. You understand?
Yeah, I
I
remember
remember
when
when
Charmaine
Ali
Mitchell.
came in there with that robe on that Elvis gave him, man. I was like, what the hell is that? It's like studs and diamonds on it and shit. I was like, man, you know, that was too much, man.
Yeah, I remember when Charmaine Mitchell came in the ring with a pair of suspenders because the fight before that, his shorts had started to droop and his opponent pulled his shorts down. So as a gimmick, he came into the ring the next time with suspenders on. You know, that was kind of cute there, you know, but the basic trunks and a robe, you know, that's what you need. You know, that's what I remember.
Yeah, when Riddick Bowe knocked out Pierre Coetzer, he split his trunks after the first round, and his butt cheeks was showing all on TV and everything. And I think it was somebody said he was giving a cheeky performance. I was like, I didn't want to see that mess. You know,
Yeah, I
come
remember
out
that.
there with his butt hanging out, man. It's like, see that all that trying to be extra fashion. I mean, come on, leave that stuff alone, man. We ain't trying to see that.
Yeah, you're supposed to have an extra pair of trunks at ringside. You're supposed
Yep.
to. The spectators
Yeah.
won't let you in the ring unless you have it.
But see, that's the thing. They get these designer outfits and they don't have spare designer outfits. They be thinking that everything gonna be cool and they going through with that. But it's like, man, if they just wore some Everlast trunks, that it'd be fine. I mean, come on. Coming in there with Florence Nightingale outfits and everything. I'm like, man, this is I'm sorry. I'm just meat and potato guy. You know what I mean? Don't be putting no garnish, you know, because all that don't you look foolish anyway when you get your butt knocked out and they gotta put all that stuff back on you and you walking back down the tunnel and everything. You look like a doggone fool, man. Remember
Yeah.
Anthony Hembrick coming out there with his celebratory pre-fight dance routines and everything?
Yeah, with Booker. Yeah, that was the most classic. I
That
mean,
was
that
a
was
knockout
unbelievable. That
for
was his
you right
hometown.
there.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we were
Booker
going
T.
off topic, but we still on topic because this is a knockout
That's a
associated with
knockout.
this foolishness. He
Yeah, yeah.
come
We're
out
on
there,
topic.
and I thought he was doing the OJ's, you know, type of dance routine or something. This is before he was even introduced. He was doing that before they introduced him. When they got ready to introduce him, he did some other kind of thing where he was high-fiving his corner man and stuff. But he came in the ring and he was doing this dance routine and everything. And Booker T. Ward was over there like, just bring me your chin. Huh?
And you know what's funny about that, Stormy? It reminds me of Curtis's story, I think on our first show, when he mentioned the story, he was about to get a ticket by Mark Medell. Because that's what happened with Booker T. Ward and his cornerman. One of the cornermen was a cop, and he was going to give him a ticket. And he saw a pair of boxing shoes in his front seat, and they got into a conversation. And he exchanged that ticket for an opportunity to be his trainer. And that was the first fight between the two of them when he fought Hendrick. And they high fived each other, boy, after that fight and said, we're going to make a lot of money because he knocked out Hendrick like you won't believe. Unbelievable.
Yeah, if you guys want another recommended fight, check out Booker T. Ward and Anthony Hembrick. And you're going to guarantee yourself a good laugh. And when Hendrick went down the first time and the ref said, you all right? He was like, oh, I feel like a champ. Well, he got knocked out like a chump. Huh?
Now, who was that fight, guys? Ray Mercer was in a ring with a guy who was really a middleweight, but he had blown up to a heavyweight. And he jumped up in the air. And when he jumped up in the air, Ray Mercer hit him with a straight, I think it was a straight punch of some kind, and flattened him. Remember who that was?
I remember that. I just can't remember the guy's name, man.
Yeah, anybody in the chat, man, hit us up with that. I think it was Tuesday Night Fights.
Yeah, it was either Tuesday night fights or Friday, Tuesday night fights or ESPN, because Ray Mercer came up on ESPN originally. I know,
Okay.
but
Right, right.
yeah, man, I remember. What about the Jimmy Thunder, man?
Oh,
Remember
Oh
boy.
man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they tried to promote, they tried to hype Jimmy Thunder up, and he got knocked the hell by Maurice Harris. I remember
Oh, man.
that.
I remember the other heavyweight. Remember the Indian heavyweight, Joe Hick? Remember him?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
He was in there with R.I.P. to Bert Cooper. Oh, he was
yeah.
in there with
They had a
him.
great fight, man. That was a
Yes,
great
they
fight
did.
between those two.
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget Joe Hip and Tommy Morrison too. That was a hell of a fight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Oh
another good one.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's another good one. Oh, man.
Dude, there was some great matches, and that was back when guys would just fight each other. You know, it was like, I ain't got to fight, you ain't got to fight. Hey, I need to make a
Yep.
purse. Hey, let's go, let's get it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
if you lost to one of them guys, you could still end up getting a title shot because it was like everybody back then was fighting each other.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But to me, the best knockout, the very best one that I enjoyed the most was Joe Louis and Max Schmeling. Second fight, 1938.
Oh
Oh,
man.
I
best
think
one.
that was great for what it meant.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
that's what I'm saying. The storyline behind it and in front of it.
yeah, that was just amazing. And they say that when Joe Louis hit that guy in his ribs, man, you could hear him scream out ringside, several rows back. Joe Louis
Yeah,
must have hit that dude so hard he took his soul from him.
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Oh, unbelievable punch that was. And then he finished off with a couple of combinations after that. Beautiful straight
Yeah.
right hand.
And they were
Oh,
all short punches too, 6-inch punches, just from shoulder to chin, just precise. Joe was so precise. You know how they talk about when Tyson knocked out Spinks? They were saying that was the pinnacle of Tyson's point in
yeah.
fighting in
Right,
boxing.
right, right,
That
right.
that Joe Louis Smelling rematch, that was Joe's. That was his.
Yep.
When he
That
took
was his
Smelling
best.
out. On
Yeah.
that night, he was the best heavyweight in history for his era. That's who he was that night.
He took
Yep.
anybody out. Yep. I agree. You
And
have
I
those
don't know.
nights.
And I remember. I don't know. A lot of people don't know this. I don't know. You guys remember this? You know. They said before the Schmeling fight, and when Joe was getting his hand taped, they said, "How many rounds tonight, Joe?" And Joe raised one finger, said one. That's what he
Yep.
did. That's what he said. That's what
Jimmy
happened.
Cannon. Jimmy Cannon was the sports writer who was a part of the Joe Louis camp. And he had asked him, he said, Joe, how many rounds do you think is going to go? And he lifted his thumb up and he said one. And Blackburn, because Blackburn was having heart problems. And, he couldn't really, he said, I don't think I can go up in that ring too many times. And he said, I've got to bring in Manny Seaman. And he said, don't worry about it, Mr. Blackburn. You only have to go once because I'm going to knock him out one time. And it happened.
Yeah, that's great stuff, man. That is great stuff. Um, Lala D, she's offering some good stuff today, fellas. She says, I'm trying to go back. It's jumping up on me. Um, she says, who remembers when Paulie Malignaggi fought Zab and his trunks ended up looking like a saggy diaper by the later rounds?
I remember that. I was at the Garden. Yeah, I seen that. I seen that fight. Yeah. They were fighting
you
for the New York. It was supposed to be a New York belt, some kind of belt they made up. And she's absolutely right. That's exactly what happened. That was hilarious. Crazy.
and Lala D and on the boxing, man. I mean, another fight I want to talk about, man. Another knockout was what's that? Let me think of a goat one, man. I had one in my head. I lost it, man. Uh, oh, this one right here. Damn.
While you think about it, Kurt, J.A. Dixon in the chat says, I'll never forget when Marquez killed Pacquiao. He's not getting up, Jim. You know.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Oh
Roy
my
Jones. Yeah,
gosh, man.
yeah. Oh, beautiful counter puncher was Marquez.
Man, Pacquiao's wife was crying. She was screaming, trying to get to that ring. Man, she thought he was dead for real. He looked like it because he wasn't moving for several minutes. That
He
dude
was
was
out.
in dreamland.
Yeah, he was out. He was completely out. Out cold. Probably don't remember
Out
that fight
cold,
either.
man. And Marquez waited 4 fights to land that straight right hand. He finally timed Pacquiao at the right time and got him out of there, man. That was a hell of a fight because he was hurt. He was hurt like 3 or 4 times in that fight, man. But he weathered the storm. But the fight I was trying to think about was Tim Witherspoon and Anders Eklund on Tuesday Night Fights. Remember that
Oh,
knockout?
Oh
yes, I
my
do.
goodness. Hey, Kurt, he hit that dude so hard. Didn't he smash that guy's jaw or something?
His face was twisted, man. You know how
Yeah, that's
people
what I'm
have
saying.
yeah, has a stroke and their face get twisted. That's
Yeah.
how hard Witherspoon hit him.
And it's funny
Oh,
with Witherspoon is because the way he threw his punches, he had the overhand right. And you would think it wouldn't have the same power as a beautiful straight right hand. But he had an awesome overhand right, Tim Witherspoon. Unbelievable.
his overhand right was like a wrecking ball. It would hit you on your head, man, and guys would. I remember he hit Frank Bruno with that several times.
Oh my God.
And Frank Bruno was the kind of guy, he didn't take a great shot, but what was funny about him was he had strong legs because his legs wouldn't go. His chin would go, but his legs wouldn't. So he would stand there knocked out on his feet, taking blows. Witherspoon did it to him,
That
pounded
is
him into
so
submission in the
true.
corner. So did Bone Crusher
Like,
Smith. Same
yeah,
thing. They
you
beat
are
that
right,
guy and beat
Stormy.
that guy. He was standing up. His legs didn't go. Even when Lennox Lewis knocked him out, he didn't go down. He was standing there taking punishment to a ref jump in and stop it. That was
Absolutely
amazing
right.
to me.
Yep,
That was amazing because the man
that's a
never
great
really went
observation.
down. Huh?
Great observation, Stormy. You're absolutely right. As I look back, Bruno had those legs that his upper body would twist to the side and his legs would stay still. You're absolutely right.
He he would it was amazing. The man wouldn't go down from shot. He'd be out on his feet, standing like a tall building, and you'd be teeing off on him, but he ain't going down. The ref
Same
gonna
thing
have
with
to come
Mike
in and
Tyson.
save him.
Mike Tyson hit with some brutal punches against the ropes. He laid on
Yeah,
the ropes, but he didn't go down.
yeah.
Sure
Frank
didn't, man.
Bruno probably had the best legs in boxing.
Yeah, Mike hit him with that uppercut, that combination, man. He didn't go down. Witherspoon hit him with, a million overhand rights. He didn't go down, man. He would just his body would go limp against the ropes, and his leg would just stand there. It was like a mannequin. It was weird, man.
Really weird. The only thing I seen sturdier than that is like old time telephone poles. You remember how they used to stick them things in the ground and a blizzard, a storm, a hurricane could
Yeah,
come through. Them things will still be mounted in the ground, man. That was
yeah,
Frank
yeah.
Bruno's legs, man.
And
his
Frank Bruno had
chin
two
could
of them
be
too.
his chin could be on the West Coast, but his legs are still standing right there in the UK.
Amazing. Another good fight, another good knockout was Mike Tyson and Francis Botha, the White Buffalo. Oh my God, the right hand, beautiful right hand.
He hit that right
Knockout,
hand, man. He hit that punch.
That's probably
Beautiful,
one of the
man.
best punches Mike Tyson ever threw in his career.
beautiful punch.
Short, his
Yep,
weight behind it.
yep. That's why I say.
Beautiful punch.
That's why I say it's probably one of the best punches that Mike Tyson ever threw in his career because it was thrown, it was executed perfectly, especially for somebody with his size, his stature, and reach. He threw that punch perfectly.
Yeah, I
A
don't
lot
think
of
that
times when
punch
he threw his
traveled
shot,
more than about 5 inches, five,
yeah, a
six
lot of
inches
times when
max.
he threw his shot, he was wide open. But when he threw that shot, I'll tell you another right hand that he threw similar. When he knocked down Larry Holmes, the first knockdown, he threw a 1-2 where he threw that same
Okay,
kind of
right,
punch
right, right.
and he dropped Larry Holmes.
Yeah, I think it was the fourth round. I think that was right. If I'm
Fourth
correct.
Yeah.
round.
Yeah, man. Oh,
You know, but I want to talk about the Rockman and Lewis knockout, not the second one. Lewis
oh.
knocked out when he got knocked out.
I think both of those knockouts were brilliant, right? When they both got
Yeah,
knocked out. Oh,
because Rockman threw his right hand when Lewis was coming off the ropes, so the momentum
yeah.
was. I remember, I could not believe it, man. When Lewis fell hard, he hit his head on the canvas. He was out cold.
That was in Africa, right?
Yep, South Africa. Yep,
And he had just finished doing the movie. And he was
yep.
training. He had like some type of ring in a movie set, so he can just spar around a little bit. And boy, when he got in the ring with Rockman, did he get knocked out? Unbelievable.
Rockman hit him with a Tim Witherspoon type right hand. That's what that was. He wound up from, way down yonder, Jack, and he landed that. And it was funny when Lewis tried to describe what happened. He said, I put my hand up to block it because I saw it coming. He was like, but my hand just totally mistimed or judged it, and he landed his flush.
I remember he was knocked out by well, he was. I don't think he was down. They stopped it with the Oliver McCall, but
Oh, he went down. He went down like a sack of potatoes. That right hand Oliver McCall hit him with because there was an exchange.
yeah,
Oliver threw that right hand once before when Lewis threw his right hand because Emmanuel Stewart was training Oliver McCall for that fight. People
yes,
forget
yes.
that.
That's what was interesting
Yep.
about that.
Yeah.
Yes,
So Emmanuel trained him. He knew that Lewis throws a wide right hand. So when he throw the right hand, you just throw yours too. And the first time Lewis threw that right hand and Oliver threw his, it missed. The second time Lewis threw it, bam, he landed it flush. Lewis got all of it and he crumpled to the floor. But when he got up, he was wobbling and
right.
staggering, and the
And
ref
that's
was
when they stopped
counting,
it.
and he leaned
Yeah,
up against the ref with his gloves up, like I'm okay. But he leaned
Right.
on the
Yep.
ref, and the ref stopped it. Now he
right,
said,
right,
"Oh, he's stopping the fight," but if the ref stepped back, he would have fallen down again.
right. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. And when the rematch came with Rockman and Lewis, boy, Lewis got a good piece of that chin, didn't he? With Rockman, flattened him
Yeah.
straight out.
Yeah. His corner told Rockman, you know, I know he got fired for this. He said, keep your arms up. He can't get around your arms. And the next round, Lewis went around his arms, and that punch landed right on the jaw.
Oh, that's a pink slip.
I was like, what the hell is he saying? Keep your arms up. No, punch. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
pink slip.
Remember, he was trying to keep his arms up, like, man, looked it funny. And I was like, what is he doing? Then the corner said, keep your arms up. Rockman, he can't get around your arms. And the next round, boom.
Hey, Kurt, I bet when they finally woke Rockman up and brought him back to the corner, that trainer was already leaving the stadium.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He was packing his bags. Yeah, he was packing his. He was taking everything out of his locker, and that was it. Handed in his
That
resignation
had to
before he
been
got fired, so
some
he
of
can
the
collect
worst
unemployment.
advice ever, man.
Unbelievable. I got to tell you something, man. These guys are something else. Unbelievable. The instructions some of these guys get. And I remember I was at ringside. Well, I was maybe was that fourth, fifth, or third ringside seat at the Trinidad and Hopkins fight, and Rockman was champion at the time, and he was standing next to Don King, and he had his hands up. He was the man at that time. And little did he know, the very next fight he wouldn't have that belt anymore. Boxing is amazing.
It
It's
is,
amazing.
man.
Yeah, that's really good stuff, man. But let me see if we got a few more. We have a few people who have come in since we've been chopping, guys. Mark Pinkerton, Lowland Profits, World Breaker. Uh, let's see who else we got in here. Yeah, we want to welcome those guys that just tuned in. we've been talking about knockouts in boxing. You know, it's like the abrupt end to a match, fights being brought to a conclusion abruptly, you know, by the almighty knockout. It's a wonderful thing in the sport. Some
Yeah, I got
earlier in
another
the
knockout I
chat,
like to
someone,
introduce. I had to
what was that?
fly over to Vegas for this one. It was Chiquito Gonzalez and Michael Carbajal. I had to see that fight. And Carbajal was down first. I think it was the second or third round. And he wasn't that hurt. He got up, and then he got hurt in the seventh round. And he came back and he knocked out Chiquito Gonzalez with a beautiful, beautiful punch. Oh, man. That was an awesome knockout.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
Michael
remember that one?
Carbajal, Little Hands of Stone. That guy was all right, man.
Let me
He
tell
was
you
all
quickly
right.
how he got that name. And then let me just, I'll tell you how he got that name. I was at a fight. It was the Roberto Duran and Iran Barkley. It was in Atlantic City. Carbajal made his professional debut. He was on the undercard. And when that fight was over, he went up and he was talking to one of the commentators. And Roberto Duran had looked at him. So on their way out, we was all walking out in the aisleway. And Carbajal went up to Roberto Duran. Roberto Duran picked up Michael Carbajal and said, you know, in Spanish, my hands are stone. And from that point on, that's how he got his name. That's how the name came about. I remember that like yesterday.
I remember he fought Will Grigsby, I believe, in his debut, because I remember I saw that fight. Closed circuit. I believe it was Will Grigsby because I think the Olympians were on the card. He was on the card, Michael Carbajal, and I believe Andrew Maynard was on that card. I believe. I could be
Could have
mistaken.
been, yeah.
So I remember that. Michael Carbajal. The rivalry with Chiquita and Gonzalez, Humberto Gonzalez, because much
Oh,
to my surprise, he outboxed Carbajal the next two fights.
yeah,
You
he fought
know,
3 times. Yeah.
Yep, yep. He outboxed, and and Carbo was supposed to have been a boxer, but the first fight, that was a great fight, man. Great fight.
Beautiful fight. Beautiful fight. I had to see that fight. Because I remember when Carbajal was in the 88 Olympics. As a matter of fact, we were trying to, I wanted to see him fight the Canadian, Scotty the Bulldog Olsen for a long time. And they finally wound up fighting towards the end of their careers. Both of their careers were basically done. But early in their careers, I wanted to see that because Bulldog Olsen fought like Joe Frazier, just coming in on you. And that would have been the quintessential boxer versus the puncher. And we never got that early on, but eventually we did. But that was a good fight in the making.
Yes, sir. And Lennox Lewis has some pretty exciting knockouts too. I remember when he knocked out Andrew Galata, who had given Bo, the business. And boy, when they faced off, people were like, "Oh, Galata can box. He's got fast hands. Lewis got to watch out for X, Y, Z, this and that." Man, Lennox Lewis went over there and jumped on Galata. He didn't give Galata to say nothing. He didn't give him a chance for nothing. He just jumped on him and pounded that dude into submission.
Yeah, yeah, that was some knockout. That was some knockout. Unbelievable.
And
Boys, I
then
look back,
later,
there's
when
been
he
some.
knocked out Francois Botha, he had a similar type result where he bounced Botha through those ropes and everything. It looked like Joe Frazier when George Foreman beat Joe Frazier the first time. Lennox Lewis was a very powerful man, and he had of course, he was a big guy, but he didn't fight like that all the time. And what was interesting is that with what he could display at certain times, that's what made him so dangerous. Emmanuel Stewart had to ride him like a jockey a lot of times too.
Oh yeah,
Similar to how Teddy Atlas would do with Michael Moore, but to a lesser degree because Lennox had skills. He had something other than his physicality to fall back on. But when he used that physicality, he was a fearsome fighter.
well, when Lennox Lewis knocked out Tyson in the 8th round in Memphis, Emmanuel Stewart was yelling at him and telling him this man is dangerous. And Lennox Lewis later on said he had broke his, or he thought he broke his right hand. And I don't know. The thing with Lewis, he needed motivation times. He needed motivation.
Yeah, Tyson was done. You know, I knew Lewis was gonna knock him out. You know, Tyson had nothing left. He was a zombie. And Emmanuel, I remember Scribe, he was yelling. He was like, "Don't get hit with no bull-ish. Get this man out of here and let's go home." I remember Emmanuel was yelling at Lennox, and he got him out of there.
Yeah, because see, Mike Tyson, regardless of the condition he was in, he could knock you out because he had the kind of punching power that would allow him to do that. So even if you think you had a zombie Mike Tyson in front of you, he could still hurt you and knock you out. He's one of those kind of guys.
Yeah, that was um, that was one of those situations where uh, you know somebody was going to get knocked out in that fight, and until the fight ended, Mike always had a puncher's chance in there, and it was like I did not have 100% confidence that Lewis was going to win that fight because it was like if his chin got in the way of in front of one of Mike's shots, it was going to be over for him, you know. But
Yep.
it didn't
Do
happen,
you?
and
I want
so
to ask you guys. Do you think Lennox Lewis was chinny? Do you think he was chinny, or he just was careless? What do you think about that?
I said Chinny.
I
What do you think,
say,
Stormy?
I say, I say Chinny, but I also will attach an explanation to it. He didn't face a lot of guys that were able to reach him. You know what I'm saying when I say that? And because he again, Lennox, he had some skill. And when you're 6'5", it's a lot different when you're 6 foot or 6'2" or something like that. So it's like he had to put himself in a position to get hit to show that vulnerability. And that's what Emmanuel Stewart did so well about keeping him safe, keeping him, you know, because uh, Evander, when he boxed Lennox, I noticed that Lennox stayed more technical against Evander than a lot of opponents. But every once in a while, he would slip into this thing where he would get careless. But it was Evander's lack of discipline that didn't allow him to be successful against Lewis, because what he was supposed to do, and I'm sure if Emmanuel was still training Evander for that particular fight, Evander was supposed to jab to Lewis's chest. Okay, that was the home cooking, because you jab him in the chest, you jab him in the chest, you jab him in the chest. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. When you're trying to jab at his head or up, you're jabbing on the upper trajectory, which means that he can drop his right hand right over your left. You understand? That's a great counter. But if you're jabbing his
Correct.
chest, what happens is if he try to throw the right hand, you hit his chest, his right hand is going to be off. But it also does something else. It brings the chin forward. You jab his chin is coming forward. Even if the punch is knocking him back, the chin is coming forward. That's why you could follow through with the 1-2. The right will land on the chin, or if you throw it up near the chest, the chin and head is coming forward. You see, that's a technical,
Absolutely correct.
that's a technical, tactical situation that Evander never utilized against Lennox Lewis. Now, if you go at his second fight, when Emmanuel was training him against Riddick Bowe, he did those things against a guy with the same height and stature and reach. See, that's how you do it. That's how it's executed. But he didn't do those things, and so therefore he was always fighting at a deficit due to the reach and size advantages. That's the difference. And Lewis is the kind of fighter against fighters who are threats. He's going to remain extremely technical. And that's when you have to either use extreme technicality against him or find a way to bring him out of that. And since Evander couldn't match with size and reach, he had to be technical about what he was doing with precision. Certain fighters like a David Tua or Mike Tyson you want to bring him out of it by disrupting him. You know, the power, the banging him, the being relentless, that kind of thing, because you'll get him to say, oh, he feel like he got to fight back, and next thing you know, he's exchanging and you can catch it. But you can't stay, you can't allow that technical guy to just be that. Just like you can't allow the slugger to slug. You have to make him box. It's all a science, and that's how that works.
Yep, I
Yeah,
agree.
very true. Very, very true. The worst place a man wants to get hit is in the chest, especially when he's throwing a punch, because he's letting his air out. And as he's letting his air out and he gets hit, that's twice the amount of air that has to come out. And it's just frustrating, very devastating to him. But I got one question for you guys in the chat. Bob Foster, who do you think he threw the best left hook on? Was it Mike Quarry or Dick Tiger? Your opinion.
I say Mike Quarry. That was a brutal knockout. Oof. Oof.
Yeah.
Would you guys, Stormy?
I would say I would go with Corey too.
Now, we know that the titles change hands with the Dick Tiger, but the thing with the Dick Tiger, his body was glued to the ground and his head was wobbling around almost as though it was a separate. It was two different body parts. It was a frightening thing to see. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But both of those knockouts were brutal.
I'm from now on, when we talk about that kind of stuff, we're gonna coin it by this phrase. That's that astral force being separated from the body. Like,
oh yeah, that's exactly what it was.
And that Doctor Strange comparison, that's perfect for it, because that's like an out of body experience, man. The body is still there, but you on the outside looking like, what the hell happened to me? It's like
exactly,
yeah, it's like
man.
His head was in the audience watching the body in the ring. Two different fights. Unbelievable.
That's funny that was an undercard fight, or Ali and Corey, because the black boxing fans coined that phrase, the Soul Brothers versus the Corey Brothers.
yeah, I remember that.
Unbelievable, man. I got to tell you, unbelievable. I think Joe Frazier had another beautiful knockout. One of my best was with Jimmy Ellis at Madison Square Garden. That was a beautiful left hook. Unbelievable.
Was
That's one of my favorite knockouts.
Oh, man. And don't forget the Buster Mathis knockout. I can't, woo!
Oh, yeah. Oh, beautiful left hooks. Beautiful left hook.
Man, he put on a left hook artistry when he knocked out the same guy that's from Crawford's hometown, Omaha, Nebraska, Ron Stander. When he hit him with 1,000 left hooks.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one, man. I remember that one. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. But the thing with the Frazier and the Mathis fight, both of them guys was in the amateurs, and Mathis had made the Olympic team, but they had the was it the elimination or the I think he hurt his hand is what it was, and Frazier stepped in, and he wound up getting the gold medal. I think that's what it was. Frazier was an alternate, and because he had lost to him in a box off. So he became the alternate, and Buster Mathis was the actual guy that was going to represent the United States. But he hurt his hand, and Frazier stepped in. When Frazier stepped in, he won the gold medal, and he broke his thumb. And he had to get backers. But yeah, that was something else. And then he wound up fighting him as a professional and knocked him out clean in the left hook. And he wasn't in that tournament. There was a tournament with Quarry and Jimmy Ellis and Eddie Machen, and he wasn't in the tournament. And he wound up fighting Mathis for that belt. Yeah, that was something else at that time. It's when Ali got stripped.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to give out some acknowledgments to our chat. The numbers seem to be growing again. I guess some other shows out there may have wrapped up. We got Brown on Boxing out here. We got Jeffrey Brown. Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens. He says, I'm a student in this class. And Blood Boxing is out there. He says, "Damn, I've been missing out on #4. I'm glad I found y'all. Salute Blood Boxing. I saw your Pernell Whitaker. Man, I'm waiting for some more blood. That's some good stuff on Sweet Pea Whitaker. Some footage I haven't seen since I was a teenager. It's like, man, that's great stuff, man. Love that. Uh,
Yeah, salute,
Macadon,
blood, on the behalf of the Three's Wise, man. Salute, great job, brother.
yeah, great job on that
Indeed,
Pernell
indeed.
Whitaker, man. Macadon One is out there. Uh, and Reggie Owens. I just want to say, I thanks to everybody that's stopping in, and I know people been doing things, and you know, other places and whatnot. It's like, hey, this is a Saturday, but we started our show at 10. We've been rolling because everybody's been engaged, and we just like to talk about this good stuff. Today's show was the feature on knockouts. And as you see, we've been able to go so long because there's been so many knockouts. The history of the sport has brought us to a point that we just it's like it's the home run, the grand slam, the walk-off home run of boxing, that knockout, that KO. That's what keeps the fire in the sport. And when you can see it and it's executed in a certain manner where it's exciting and everything, that's what keeps drawing people back. I think that's one of the main reasons why people really like to tune into a Deontay Wilder fight, because his opponents have a habit of not making it to the final bell. And it's like it's exciting. It's an exclamation point on an event where two men are matching their wares against one another, best against best, whatever. And to see someone abruptly stop the other guy and say, no more for you. Boom, close the door, slam the door, hang up the phone, as I said earlier, and end the conversation. It's a wonderful thing. I see World Breaker Fighting's joined us. What's up, World Breaker? So you guys, I mean, I'm not trying to extend this too long, but you guys got a little more you wanna go on, or you got stuff to wrap up, or how you want to do this, fellas? Because we
I
got a
got a
lot of
couple
people
more
out there.
knockouts, if you guys don't mind.
Okay, let's roll.
There's a knockout that took place in 1947. Well, you know what? Let me go. Let me come up a little bit. There was a guy by the name of Bob Satterfield, and he knocked out Bob Baker. Now, Bob Baker was ranked #2 as a heavyweight, and I'm bringing this up for a reason. Rocky Marciano, what had happened? Rocky Marciano had retired in 1956. His last fight was with Archie Moore in 1955. So he retired officially and hung him up in 1956. So he appointed Floyd Patterson and Archie Moore. Now, he already defeated Archie Moore in 55. Archie Moore was not ranked as a heavyweight. Floyd Patterson was not ranked as a heavyweight. But Floyd Patterson was ranked #1 as a light heavyweight at the time. Bob Baker was ranked #2 at that particular time. So what had happened, Bob Satterfield had knocked out Bob Baker. So because he knocked out Bob Baker, and that was not for any sanctioning, where they would place you in a sanctioning ranking. It was just a fight. And that's how Rocky Marciano got out of fighting Bob Baker, because the real reason why Marciano, I got sources that tells me this, that he retired when he did, because he didn't want to deal with Bob Baker. That was the original issue. So he stepped to the side and he was going to make a comeback because he knew that Floyd Patterson didn't have a chin, and he knew that he already defeated Archie Moore. So him and Jim Norris had decided to place those two #1 and #2, and they skipped over Bob Baker, who was originally #1, and they put Hurricane Jackson as #3. It was a mix-up, but that knockout was for redemption because of what they have done to Bob Baker. Unbelievable story, I got to tell you.
Wow. Another knockout I want to bring up. You guys can go watch this one. Watch this one. It was an uppercut from hell. It was Matthew Sal Muhammad versus Lottie Mawali, man.
Oh my God.
The best uppercut I ever seen a fighter throw, man.
And you know what's funny, Curtis? He broke the rules of boxing. He threw an uppercut from the outside, and he still knocked him out. That was a beautiful uppercut. Unbelievable. Wow, that was a great fight. Great fight.
Speaking of knockouts by uppercuts, when Ray Mercer knocked out Francesco Damiani, he was losing that fight. He was behind on most of the judges' scorecards, and he threw the punch. And what was funny is it didn't hit his chin or anything. It hit his nose on a certain angle, which was really weird. It and the replay showed that it simply clipped the nose. But whatever it did to Francisco Damiani nose, when he hit the floor, he didn't want to fight no more. His nose was bleeding profusely. I don't know if it pushed the nose up into the area of the head. But he wanted no more. And Ray Mercer won that fight, but he was losing, and that was a one punch knockout. But it hit him on an angle, an uppercut with the left in the nose, and Francesco Damiani wanted no more after that.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Mike Tyson and Jesse Ferguson fight. When Mike Tyson wanted to push the nose bone in the brain of Jesse Ferguson. And he made that statement. He caught a lot of flack after that. But I'll tell you, that punch to the nose is a brutal, brutal, brutal punch. It suffers a lot of damage inside the skull of your brain.
Well, not
Unbelievable
only that,
punches.
your nose, the sinus cavities and everything can immediately get flooded or blocked or whatever, and your eyes tear up. It can do something to you. Anybody who has sinus problems, just imagine getting punched in the nose full force, really hard. It,
Absolutely.
that is something again. It's like people can get hit in the head, people get hit on the chin, but there's something about that nose area, and there's something about your body cavity because all your organs are in your body, and that's why body work is so important. Hitting a person in the chest consistently with a jab, a stiff jab, or throwing straight right hands to a person's chest, you have no idea how it disrupts the blood flow. It disrupts your the synergy between, like, what happens between your brain and your legs. Okay. And hit liver shots, floating rib shots, solar plexus shots. I don't understand why most fighters don't go to the body, but they don't have the sense of what it does. If
Yeah.
you did, then you would invest in it because you would get the most positive of results. But that's it. In simple terms, all of your vital organs are in your body cavity. And guess
Yeah. And
what? If I'm
I'll cook
pounding
on
on
that in a
them,
second.
it's
Go
going
ahead,
to have
brother.
a desired result.
Yeah, and Blood said that the uppercut Burt Cooper threw the white dude fighter. His name was Cecil Coffee. Man, I remember that like it was
Oh,
yesterday.
my
Oof,
God. Yeah.
the blood just came splattering from his nose. Man, he was on the canvas. Man, that was a brutal punch. That was that Mike Tyson combination: hook to the body, uppercut to the head. Man,
Oh,
and he just
unbelievable.
busted his
I
nose.
remember
Man.
on that subject, Curtis. Remember Willie DeWitt? He was the number one. In fact, he was the Canadian that was representing for the '84 Olympic team. But
Hmm.
I remember I was at a fight at Atlantic City, and R.I.P. to Bert Cooper. I was at a fight, and he was fighting a fighter by the name of Carlos Hernandez. I was in the second row, and he had a trainer by the name of what's his name now? I mention him all the time. It'll come to me in a second. Hector Rooker was the trainer at that time for Carlos Hernandez. So what had happened was Joe O'Neill was the referee. And Joe O'Neill, the fight doctor was getting ready to come in and stop the action because of that same punch you're talking about. And Joe O'Neill said, "Get out of here." He threw the doctor out, he threw everybody out. And Hector Rooker came up and he stood on the canvas and he threw him out also. And he said, "This fight is going to continue." And that's when everybody didn't understand. Joe Frazier, they didn't know what was happening. So finally, they let the fight to continue, and he finally knocked out Carlos Hernandez with that same punch that you're talking about, the uppercut to the nose. Unbelievable. That was an amazing night of boxing.
Yeah, man. Boxing gave me so many joys and great pleasure. There's been brutal knockouts, and I remember this knockout when Michael Spinks, and you could look at this one when Michael Spinks knocked out Marvin Johnson with that sneaky uppercut.
Oh my God.
Oh man, Cause Michael
Unbelievable.
Spinks had what you call the overhand right. He called it the Spinks jinx.
Jinx.
And it's sad because Michael Spinks was not a good fighter. He was a great fighter, but he will always be remembered for the Mike Tyson fight. But as a light heavyweight, he was one of the greatest light heavyweights in boxing history, man. He was obliterating everybody. And that punch he hit Marvin Johnson with, man, Marvin Johnson didn't even see it, man. It was like a Mack truck, man. It just laid him flat on his back.
Well, Michael Spinks, in my opinion, he avoided Matthew Saad Muhammad because when he fought, after Matthew Saad Muhammad got lost to Dwight Braxton, Dwight Cowie, that's when Spinks fought Braxton. But he never fought Matthew Saad Muhammad. And I always wondered about that. What's your take on that?
I felt the same way, Scrapbook. That was the one fight that I wanted to see Michael Spinks have. And I was always wondering why there was not a clamor for that fight. There was not a demand for it. And it just seemed like the two of them, if they had ever mixed it up, that fight would come down to intestinal fortitude, because they were fighters who, they could raise their stakes against their opponents. But Matthew Saad Muhammad had a toughness about him that kind of reminded me like of Evander Holyfield. He could lose some, but he could come back and win a greater match, and a fight with he and Spinks would have been a super fight.
I agree.
It,
I
it, it,
agree.
it would have, man, but they was building Kwawi and Spinks. That was a big fight, and Spinks had to stay away from Kwawi. And Kwawi, one of the best inside fighters, man. The light heavyweight division used to be on fighter with in the 80s with Mike Rossman, the Jewish bomber, and Victor Galindez.
Oh my God, Yaki
And
Lopez,
Yup. Yaki,
Levy,
Yaki Lopez, yup. Jerry the Bull Martin, the Davis brothers, Eddie and Johnny Davis,
yeah,
man.
Eddie Davis, yeah,
Even the guy from Newark who's a fight from prison, James Scott.
James Scott.
They had fights from Rawway State Prison in New Jersey. They used to show them on CBS. They was like live from Rawway State Prison.
Yeah, and Eddie
Seriously.
Mustafa Muhammad lost in '78 to James Scott. They had that on television. It was inside the prison, and he lost. He lost to James Scott, and James Scott couldn't get a title shot because he was an inmate. But yeah, that light heavyweight division was unbelievable, man. Amazing in the '70s.
Yep, absolutely. A good friend of mine saw James Scott brother the other day because James Scott passed away. Evan Scott. And he was talking with him, and then they was talking about the old fights. I used to run into Evan all the time. He used to talk about his brother. But they had boxing live from jail. It was like one of those Too Sweet movies, but penitentiary. But anyway, another brutal knockout was Prince Nassim Hamed against Augie Sanchez. I brung this knockout out because Augie Sanchez was a good fighter. He beat Floyd Mayweather as an amateur, but just because you're a good amateur doesn't mean you're going to be a good pro. He never turned the corner, Augie Sanchez, as a good pro, and Hamed knocked him out brutally, man. And another knockout where this guy sued the state commission was Joey Gamache versus Arturo Gatti. That kind of
Oh,
changed the thing with the weight.
ooh, I was at that fight. My God, there was a knockout. He hit him with 4 or 5 straight punches as he was going down. Yeah, he was 2 pounds. He was like 2 divisions above him by the time he got on the scale.
And who was that? Joey Gamache was just in somebody's corner recently. That fought just in the
Yeah,
past
you're
month.
right. Yeah, damn, who was it? I just saw him.
Yeah,
Yep.
I didn't know that.
yeah, he's in
Yeah, he's
somebody's
a
corner
trainer.
recently.
Damn, I just saw him, man.
Yeah, I can't think of who it was. I think it was a fight card from a couple of weeks ago, but he was working somebody's corner. I was like, that's Joey Gamache. I gotta go, put a picture of Arturo Gatti across the ring from him or something, sync him up. Because boy, Arturo Gatti beat that guy. It just looked unfair. It was like a man beating a boy. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, because he had just did that to another fighter right before that. But
Yeah.
I got a good fight. James Toney, lights out. When he knocked out Charles the Prince Williams, he bent him over like a pretzel. His legs stayed in the air, just like we were talking about Frank Bruno, and his body went backwards. Never seen
Yes,
anything
sir.
like it.
Yes, sir. James Toney was something else. And I'll tell you something about that left hook he hit Michael Nunn with that led to the knockout, because the left hook didn't knock Nunn out, but it definitely put Nunn down on the canvas. My
Right.
goodness.
Yeah, James Toney was a dog because I remember one of his best fights that nobody talks about when he fought a guy by the name of Steve Little. He was cut bad.
Oh,
And they was gonna
oh
stop it,
man.
and Tony turned into a goddamn animal and got Steve Little out of there.
Yeah,
Steve
he
Little,
did.
Steve Little was on a national team. And you had, I'm sorry, brothers, I'm just stepping in real quick.
No,
You
no,
had
no. It's
Riddick
cool.
Bowe. These are the guys who were on that team, and I'm leading up to this fight. Riddick Bowe was the super heavyweight at that time. You had Michael Moore. You had Michael Carbajal, Kevin Kelly, another guy, I can't think of his name. They were all part of Gleason's stable. They were all on that national team. Then they tried out for the 1988 Olympics. And the only one that made it from that team was Riddick Bowe. And I'll tell you something, man. What happened with the Steve Little? He was on that team. That's why I mentioned that. And James Toney was always around, and they had beef in the amateurs and everything else. But I got to tell you something. When he got a hold of Little, boy, he had a lot of. It was like something was in him that had to come out. And boy, that was an unbelievable fight with him and Tim Little. Amazing.
Another great knockout people don't talk about was Kendall Holt versus who was that? Ricardo Torres, the Colombian guy that he had the rivalry with.
He,
You know,
he's the
remember
one
that
that.
fight?
Yeah, is he the one that dropped Cotto for the first time?
Yep, that was a hell of a fight too. Yep, Ricardo
Yeah,
Torres of
yeah.
Colombia.
Torres. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and Kendall Holt was hurt and knocked down, and he came back and he hit Ricardo Torres with that right hand, and he fell just like Jersey Joe Walcott did against
I remember that.
Marciano. He was
Yes,
folded up
yes.
like an accordion.
Hey
I
guys, I
remember
want to
that.
take a moment. I want to take a moment and acknowledge unauthorized super chat from Eric Jenkins. Thanks, salute Eric Jenkins for the super chat. He says, "Great chat, Stormy B man. Appreciate you, bro. Hey man, these two brothers here, Scrapbook and Kurt. This is what they do. This is why we're doing this, because they could share so much knowledge and everything uh, to people who thirst for the sport of boxing in its purest essence. So that's what that's all about." And salute to you for the super chat. Appreciate it, bro. And we can keep bringing this as long as the people want it. And you know, my thing here is, like, I like to facilitate. These two brothers can share with you so much. There's a wealth of information from them. So with that being said, I want to go back to the chat a little bit again, because we've got so many people participating and bringing the comments. Blood Boxing had a point where he said, "I can only imagine the great fights. This is needed from y'all old school brothers to share some knowledge with us. Much respect." Brown on Boxing says, "Wilder versus Brazil next Saturday night, live on Showtime. Showtime Boxing, 9 Eastern time." Yeah, and Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens. He says, "Keep going, OGs." Um, We've got Brown on Boxing saying, "Smash the like button." Yes, please. Everybody who's out there, if you're listening in right now and you haven't taken a moment out, please take a moment out and hit that like button. Let the three wise men of boxing see those likes, see that support, and boost those analytics up there for us to get those good ratings. Um, Sheldon Holmes says he was whooping Ray ass. I guess he was talking about the Damiani when we was talking about that. Blood Boxing says Burt Cooper, RIP. Burt Cooper hit that one white guy with the uppercut. Yeah, that was who we were talking about, Cecil Coffee. And the odd fella says Kirk Johnson KOing Oleg Maskev. That was a good one also. Um, The odd fella says Michael Spinks versus Michael Moore at heavyweight. Who wins? What do you guys think about that fight? Michael Spinks versus Michael Moore at heavyweight.
I like Spinks because the awkwardness and Michael Moore was chinny. Spinks was a different animal at light heavyweight, man. Moore was, I believe, 24-0 with 24 knockout, the Manassas from Manassas, Pennsylvania. That's a tough fight, but I like Spinks, man. Spinks threw a lot of weird punches, man, and people didn't know how to defend him. Plus, he been in with a lot of good fighters, man. So I got Spinks by knockout in like about 9 rounds over Michael Moore.
Well, is that at heavyweight, Kurt?
Light heavy.
Light heavy, okay, because he
Yeah,
said
I think the question is heavyweight, right?
Yeah, his question was at heavyweight. So
Oh, I got more at heavyweight.
I would kind of lean the opposite.
I would say Michael Moore.
I would say
I like
Michael Moore at light
heavyweight.
heavy. At light heavy, I say Michael Moore because Michael Moore at light heavyweight was probably one of the meanest fighters I ever seen. He was like going through people like a hot knife and butter, and he didn't show chinniness at light heavy. He did not. He was knocking people on their behinds. He was like Mike Tyson at light heavyweight, Michael Moore. So that would have been interesting. But at heavyweight, I favor Spinks because Spinks was a smarter fighter at heavyweight. He would fight to his own particular advantages. I want to continue with these. The odd fella said, I got that one. Blood Boxing says, I always wonder why that fight never took place. This is great info. Willie Beecham says, thank y'all for this knowledge. It will last a lifetime and make me a much better fighter. Never thought about targeting an opponent's chest until now. Yes, Willie Beecham, that's the thing. You see, when we talk about coaching, when you talk about strategy and tactic, everything is honed in the gym, man. And if you are working with people that are not sharing some of this basic knowledge with you, then you might want to, consider getting someone more experienced and seasoned and someone who can go back to an older time of training. Because, like I said, today you got a lot of people that are in the gyms, they holding mitts and slapping pads and throw a towel over their shoulder and carry a bucket. They call themselves trainers, but that's not necessarily the truth. And the whole thing is to protect yourself at all times. And the way you learn to protect yourself is in the gym. You don't start to protect yourself when you get in the ring and you're actually competing under the lights. When you get in the ring and you're competing under the lights, that's when you're supposed to be bringing your toolbox with you. And if you bring in an empty toolbox, guess what's going to happen? So,
Absolutely.
Blood says, I got Spinks. Blood says, oh yeah, that wasn't interesting how they cover that. The odd fella says Algieri. Blood Boxing says that's really taking advantage of the system. Gotti was much bigger and stronger than that kid. Yeah, talking about Joey Gamache. Let me see. Willie Beecham says, I'm hyped right now, man. Really appreciate it. Gave Willie Beecham a wrench. We've got Blood. He mentioned Nunn versus Colombe. Yeah, Blood. We talked about that earlier in the program. Michael Nunn and his victory over Sambu Colombe with that first round knockout. It was one of the devastating ones that we covered already. Sheldon Holmes says, I grew up around the corner from Tim Littles. Tim Littles was a very good boxer. Michael Nunn had a lot of trouble with him. And Michael Nunn was a very good boxer as well. So that lets you know how good of a boxer Tim Little was. Blood Boxer says, I'm sure you guys talked about all the ones that I'm thinking. Hustler Slim says, this has been an excellent talk. Thanks, Hustler Slim. Neutral says, how big are you guys on Classic Fights playlist on YouTube? And Blood says, one of my favorites is Mercer knocking out Morrison. I enjoyed it. Yes, sir. We talked about that one. David Tua versus Ruiz was a brutal one on that televised card. Yes, it was. Derek Bailey says, facts, Stormy B-Man. And Cypher Supreme TV says, more by knockout by both weight classes. And J.A. Dixon says a boxer and trainer need to talk and have an understanding before they even start training, in my opinion. Well, yeah, the thing about it is, um, when it comes down to training fighters, you have trainers who won't even take on a protege, okay? And they have reasons. And they're usually really good reasons if it's a good trainer. Because first and foremost, the fighter has to understand that the trainer is the boss. But that fighter has to have confidence in that boss's judgment. So you have to watch. You go to the gyms, you watch it how trainers are working with people and everything. One of the things that I found when I was working through the gyms here in Chicago is we had a couple of gyms where trainers like to bring in somebody fresh and throw them in the ring with a guy that's been in the gym for a long time and let that guy beat up on the new guy. And that was something that burned me to my core because why would you why would you even beat the fight out of someone who wants to learn how to fight before they even get started? It doesn't make sense to me. And that's not teaching at all. And I'll tell you something. Those two gyms that were primarily they're high profile gyms in the Chicagoland area here, they were noted for doing that to people. And guess what? The fighters who were the best of their gyms, they usually fell on their asses when they got out there against real competition out there. When we start talking about going national and then in professional going global, those fighters fell on their asses because of the mentality the gyms that they came out of. So I never wanted to be a part of those guys. You're not teaching anybody anything. You understand? But that's something that happens, and I'm sure here in Chicago, but it happens a lot of places. And you can tell when guys have been taken care of. And when I say taken care of, given the keys to how to survive, how to do things in the sport, as opposed to someone that's just lacing up gloves and going out there throwing hands. Because anybody could ball their fist up and throw a punch, but everybody doesn't know when to punch, where to punch, why you punch, and how to punch connectively. So there's more to it than just punching. How about not getting punched? Huh? The most important, keeping your faculties, keeping safe, to hit and not get hit. Where's the skill? Where's the technique that's taught in that area of the sport? You see so many fighters today fighting with their hands low. Their hands are around their waist, around their navel practically. Most 80% of the guys who are boxing today fight with their hands down like that. And that's all poor training because the real good trainers are going to teach their other guys, keep their hands up. As soon as you get within range, you knock that dude's head off.
Absolutely, man. The old school trainers, when you had bad habits, they used to smack you or something like that. They'll find a way to punish you. They had tough love. The Eddie Futchers, man, and the Bowie Fishers that I loved, and the Ray Arcells, man. They were trainers, man. That's missing today from the young trainers. They're not as strict as the old trainers were. You look in the corners of Adrian Bruner, how he bosses Mike Stafford around. Stafford's supposed to tell Bruner what to do, but Bruner tells Stafford what to do. But I want to say something in the chat. Neutral Natural said about the fight collection, on YouTube. A Neutral Natural, I got like thousands of fights on DVDs that I look at, or YouTube. If I'm not looking at YouTube, or I'm looking at my own boxing collection that I had collected over the years. And another one, Blood, says that where can I get the Jack Johnson the Turn of the Century fights on in HD? The only place that may have it on Blood will be boxingwholesale.com. Those fights are grainy, some of them, because they're so old, but you may be lucky to find a couple of fights that's clear in the turn of the century.
Yes, sir. Blood, Scrapbook, you got something to offer there?
I think Scrap is off.
Okay. Um, Kurt, did you see any other those points that I had read through from the chat and what they had to offer that you may want to comment on?
Well, you pretty much, summed it up, man. I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. So we can move on from there.
Yeah. Another factor in these knockouts is like when fighters when fighters find themselves in a position to, like, say you're at a disadvantage, right? You're down on scorecards and things like that. How to set knockouts up. That thing is a lost art too. Because I remember Larry Holmes used to, have the philosophy to take them out into the ocean and drown them, which means to get them into the later rounds and get them because as we said earlier in this conversation and talk, fatigue makes cowards out of men. When a person is fatigued and tired, they don't have the same synapses of thinking, thinking sharply, thinking under pressure. That kind of leaves. And so an experienced fighter could use that to his advantage. And that's where when you used to see the old 15 round fights, that's where you see that men being separated from the boys aspect of boxing, because in those later rounds, not only do you have to make sure you keep some technique, but you have to keep your IQ, you know? And the more experienced guys would set guys up and take them out in the later rounds, because in the first quarter of a fight, even the first half of a fight, it's about your physicality, the shape that you're in, and everything like that. When you get beyond that, it becomes okay. Your second win, your boxing IQ, how you think, how your tactics and strategy come into play, and things like that. And then how you're going to end it, how you're going to finish things off. You finish up strong. Would you agree with that, Kurt? Or tell me what
Absolutely.
you think about that.
Absolutely, man. I love a fighter who can think down the stretch, because it takes a lot. You're tired, you're physically tired and mentally tired, but you have all your bearings and you're not going to make a mistake. Muhammad Ali was the master at that. Sugar Ray Leonard was the master at that, and so was Floyd Mayweather. Those guys can think down the stretch. They didn't make any mistakes and they capitalized on your mistakes, in the later rounds, man. So boxing is not only a brute strength, even though we talk about knockouts, but the toughest fighter is the smartest fighter. I always said that in the science of boxing. Is who can think the best. It starts with your mind and it ends with your mind. You're thinking in the first round, and a lot of fighters can't think coming down the stretch. That's why I give Jerry Hurd a lot of credit, because he's a second half fighter. That goes to show you a fighter's character, where a lot of fighters are front runners. Zab Judah was like that. The first 6 rounds he looked like a world beater. In the second half of the fight he a fade, and a lot of fighters are like that. They a fade in the second half of the fight because fatigue make cowards out of men.
Yeah, and another thing that you just pointed out about Jared Hurd, and I'm able to tie this in with something that I noticed, like when we talk about fighters like George Foreman in his second career. Jared Hurd boxes with a calmness and a he's comfortable in the ring. It's like he doesn't seem like he's rattled by anything, and that usually comes with experience. It comes with being accustomed to the environment, what's happening. And he's one of the few young fighters that I see today that seems to reflect that when he fights. And like you said, him being a second half fighter, he knows he has X amount of rounds to work with. And in the midst of going through those rounds, he's putting in his work, but he knows that he can turn it up. He can go to another level too. And a lot of fighters of today, they don't have more than one gear. Sad to say, but that's actually true.
Absolutely, man. That they get stuck in mud, they get stuck in neutral. I should say it's a lost art, man. Body punching, jabs, setting up knockouts. Not being multi-dimensional. That's why I like looking at certain fighters like James Tony or Edgar Charles. Man, they can switch their levels. Jersey Joe Walcott or Archie Moore. Those guys were brilliant fighters, man. That can fight different ways, man. And when to fight different ways, and you don't have that. The only, well, one of the few fighters that can do that now is Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, that's you know, I guess that's another show we can do in the future too. It's like, when we talk about those advantages that a person can bring into the ring. But I think that for now we may want to start wrapping things up. I want to get some final comments out of here, out of the chat where we were interacting with some of the people here. Um, I'm trying to see here. Uh, Jeffrey Brown said that y'all check that Mike Tyson interview on ESPN right now. When this live goes off, Mike sounds bad, shaking my head. Man, I don't care about no Mike Tyson. That dude, he's done. It's over with. Whatever's happening with him now, it's like, we got a wealth of young talent out here and everything that deserves more focus. Mike Tyson is finished, boxing wise. So, Blood Boxing says yes. Hustler Slim. Um, Jeffrey Brown, I'll check it out. Papa Smurf, that's what Riddick Bowe called Futch. And Hustler Slim says salute Blood. Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens says the setup is a lost art. Absolutely, Reggie Owens is. It's like we talked about that earlier in this talk and stream. We talked about fighters setting up things, having a thing such called as throwaway punches, where you put something out there to get your opponent to react or respond to it a certain kind of way so you could do something later as an advantage off of that, dictated by how they responded. Sort of like when a pitcher in baseball throws a throwaway pitch to get a batter to bite on his pitch he's trying to get him to strike out on. Similar thing, similar philosophy. Uh, Boxing Conversation with Reggie Owens. Yes, indeed. Her calmness in war is brilliant. That shit right there defeats opponents. Broderick Hunter says, great assessment of Hurd. Agree 100%. Hustler Sim says, Hearns versus Duran, perfect setup. Broderick Hunter says, I call it constant awareness of where he is in the fight. And Willie Beecham says, literally been taking notes and definitely have to listen to this one again. Yes, sir. That's what we're here for, man. We want to talk the sport and talk the sport in its purest. I can't state that enough. That's what it's all about. Especially for you young fighters that's out there. This is why you hold on to the past. This is why you learn from the past. So you don't have to make the same mistakes in the future, or you can improve upon where you are presently. That's what that's about. History is the best teacher because you will have something to go by. And if you think that everything that's happening today is where it's at, just take a step back and allow yourself to flip through the pages of history of boxing, and you can see that there's so much more, especially when it comes down to conditioning yourself to what you're going to face in the ring, because there is a finite limit to what you face inside the ropes, but your preparedness that happens outside the ropes and in the gym is infinite. You can bring so much more than your opponent, because guess what? Everybody's not working as hard as you, or thinking as thorough as you, or going as in depth as you. Each man has his own limitations, and that man needs to know what they are. So that's why you work hard in the gym. What do you think, Kurt?
Absolutely, man. Practice pays off. You study so you can hone your skills, man, and it will show in the ring. Good work ethic, listening and studying film on your opponents. If you have any skill or level, it will transcend into victories, man. Floyd Mayweather, did this and he's undefeated, man. Fighters that take their craft seriously, Lomachenko is another one. Crawford is another one. Spencer's another one. You could tell they live boxing and they take it very seriously. You can't play with boxing. That's something Hector Camacho or Mike Tyson, Riddick Bowe didn't do. You have to live the life as a boxer, and you can't balloon in between weights like Ricky Hatton and Roberto Duran. You got to be in shape. You be in shape even when you don't fight. It pays off. It pays dividends.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kurt, do you see any of these final comments in the chat that you would like to address personally? Can you see the chat, by the way?
Yeah, I can see the chat. We much pretty much addressed everything, man. And I'm just happy for the chat that their questions and spending the time. We've been out here for a while talking boxing, the sport that we love, and as brothers, man, it's good that we can come together and talk about the beautiful science. That the theme today was knockouts. And we had some good fights tonight, man. I'm just grateful that we could come together as family and and talk about these the history of the sport.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that we're gonna. I would like to say that thank you to everybody that's tuned in with us for today, and I just want to say thanks for everybody who came out and supported the Three Wise Men of Boxing today. We ran a lot over than what we normally do, even to the degree that I think Scrapbook had to take care of something, so he dropped out. But please come back and tune in with us again on another Saturday. This has been another episode of the Three Wise Men of Boxing, episode number 4, number 5. we're moving along. I'm counting them, but I'm not counting them because it's so much fun. So I just want to say thank you to the chat. I want to say thank to my co-host and panelists in Scrapbook Boxing and Kurt Sugar. And this is Stormy B Man. We're signing off for now. And just like to say peace to everybody that's out there.
Peace.